Hello, hello. Hey, just a half. It is Wednesday today, and we are going to get some of the platforming stuff done so that we can move on to the architect's realm. When I say done, I mean we're going to get the mechanics all sorted out, but not polish everything just yet. Hey, Atomic. Hey, Rod. Hey, Alexa. So let me show you what I have so far. I did a little bit of work yesterday, but not a crazy amount. We added some diamonds into the game and some sound effects for the diamonds. So here's what we have. And I put some text there saying press A to jump. It's not even A, it's B on my controller. But yeah, so we can collect diamonds. You can actually now air dash and then double jump and then air dash again. So you can like kind of really move, which is cool. I added some boundaries of the world. These look pretty ugly. But then you get up to here. There's some more diamonds to collect. And then this jump again. And this cracked me up when I first made it. Because like there's this big arc. And you're supposed to move in that arc. But you can't. And then you fall through the world. So yeah, we're going to kind of polish this up a little bit. Because we have most of the mechanics. But yeah, let's finish this up. So add tutorial text. Let's do that. Which means we need to rebuild the whole world, actually. So how do we want to do this? I guess we need to figure out, like, I wrote here that I don't want to force you to have to dash. I think it's reasonable to have you press a jump button and a control stick. Like, that's it. That's the level of difficulty this game should pose. So we need to make the world in such a way that we teach you how to jump. I want to draw this out somehow, but not like for real here. So let's just take one of these tiles, this one maybe. And over here, let's just draw some of this. So what I'm thinking is we could start you in an area like this. And put like some platforms here. And that would teach you how to jump. And then, I mean, get you over to here so now you can't fall again. So you jump here, jump here. And then we can teach you how to double jump. Maybe we do something like this. And we'd probably put some diamonds over here too. I'll just make a no 2D delete me. Yeah, we'll add in a diamond. Is there a way to see? No. Okay. Cool. So I was thinking we could put something like there and there. And then when we get to the double jump part, hey, David, when we get to the double jump part, we would, well, I mean, I guess we should have you, practice jumping a little bit more. Maybe you're moving to the right. How many snake related games? How many hats? 7 snake related games, only 1 hat related game, and there's no overlap. Unfortunately, we don't have that technology, Kevin. I mean, if we did, we'd put it in the Skeleseller. That's the kind of thing that would make you millions of dollars. We wouldn't ignore that. Yes, I want you to kind of get used to jumping and running, and you could explore this stuff for yourself at this point too. Hey, Jost, 50 days and no tires. Tell me when I get to 78 days. If I don't have tires then we've gone off our rockers. Yeah, I think the difficulty here in designing is like how long should this game feel? Because we only need you to learn jump and double jump, and we can teach both in very little time. Hey, Phil. Then we'll have some dash sections and skill expression sections, but they'll be pretty minimal, I guess. Yeah. I think that's my issue here is, yeah, I'm just not totally sure how we'll lay this out. Also, let's go back to that itch page for pirate something. What's it? Treasure hunters? Treasure hunter. Here it is. Yeah, so they fill like the whole world with that gray area. I kind of like that. And actually putting these trees there would be pretty neat too. Maybe we should add some of the animated trees. They could serve as platforms. I'm not sure. Consider adding foreground trees as platforms. They could lead to secrets. They could lead to many diamonds, I guess. Yeah. All right, well, yeah, again, let's lay this out so that we can see how all this is going to go. Let's put this over here. And let's put that text over here too. I'm just mocking this up for now. This is not meant to be anything too crazy just yet. Let's just play this right now, actually. And I could change the world as I'm doing it. Oh, these aren't even that high. You can jump all the way up to this level. So you should keep that in mind too. So we put this like here. And maybe there, and maybe like there. Yeah. Again, not doing this like to a crazy extent yet. Just trying to get an idea for what this could look like. So then you can make it up to here. We probably have some like section off to the left side that you feel good about discovering. There's a bunch of diamonds over here. And maybe even there's like a double jump area. And that's supposed to convince you to go over here. I'll put another diamond over there. Or maybe we put it beneath the platform. And then some above it. Okay, we need to fill out the rest of this. Okay. What else? What else? What else? What else? So this is, you could go over to the left. You're not supposed to necessarily. So if you go over to the right, we eventually need to teach you double jumping. There should probably be more platforms, maybe more of a sense of like some precision here. So we could put a couple there and there. And if you fall down, you fall down to a lower level here. Probably still with some platforms. There we go. And yeah, more diamonds to tell you where to go. Okay, then we need you to double jump at some point. Maybe we put a string of diamonds that would teach you that. Or maybe you just go straight up. You'd probably have already learned it by then. Yeah, I feel like it should have you go up if we want to teach you double jumping. So we just put these like straight up. I don't know what height you can make it to, so we'll have to test that out. And then once you get to this level, this is like the new ground level. We should probably put it a little bit higher. Okay, there. So let's try that. Can you make that? Wait a second. Is this a new map? What happened here? That's not the height I put those at, is it? It is? It's not making a sound now. That's weird. Oh, because they're in a different thing. Yeah. Okay, that's working as expected, I guess. So yeah, you can't make this in a single jump, but you can easily make it in a double jump. And then you're just here. Okay. Okay, not bad. Hey, Schwartz. So these should be a little bit higher up. How high can you jump compared to those? Although we might not keep these jump heights intact. It's not bad. Yeah, you might be able to make it like one higher than that, but yeah, this is pretty reasonable. Okay, so now here's where the second piece of text comes in. These are double jump instructions. And this is going to say, press A in the air to double jump. Good. So we put this here. This should be farther to the side. Can we easily do that? Just take this whole thing and just move it like there. And then delete all of this and this and move these diamonds. How do you select the diamonds? No, I'm in the tile map right now. I don't know how you select stuff. Move, rotate, scale. Show list of selectable nodes of position clicked. Man, I know I can click them through here. I was just hoping that there'd be a way to just select them there in the map. There might be. I don't end up making worlds this way a lot. All right, so yeah, that'll be off to the sides. If you want to go in that direction, you could, but then that's it. That's all that's there. Then this teaches you how to double jump. So we need some more barriers for the world over here. Hey, Trackley. So now I want to allow you to learn about air dashing, but you don't have to use it. Yeah, and that's what we have written down, right? Press A to jump, press A to jump again. Okay, so this is done and this is done. Now press L or R to dash. We shouldn't require this though. So there should we could kind of teach you about this anyway. It just wouldn't be required. You could just double jump your way over here. Yeah, so we put another platform maybe like here. I gotta test this out and see what can you actually jump to. Okay, so this one you could just double jump to. There's got to be something that you have to dash jump to. Which, what would that distance be? I mean, we could just make it so that you could, yeah, we could do something like that. Or you just put diamonds in a line. Yeah, we could have you dash over here. So there should be another way to like teach you, okay, here's how double jump works. So you're still working your way up in the world. So maybe you're like there and there. All right, let's try that. Make sure those are attainable. Yeah, so you cannot single jump up to here. You have to double jump. And then you double jump over to here. Okay, cool. Fun platformer stuff so far. You don't want to go too crazy with this. So there, now you're up here. And now we're going to teach you about dashing, but we should make this like a checkpoint almost. So if you were to fall down, you could fall down all the way down to here and then have to work your way back up. Also, there's not much to convince you to work your way back up. So yeah, you make it up to here. We put some diamonds in the way. And then this becomes your kind of reset point. So maybe we make this a proper like landing area. Okay, we can fill that in. So now that you're up here, and we can put some like secret off here in the side of the world. Yeah. In fact, let's try that really fast. Let's see if we put something over here. Can you make it to that? Would you even see? Oh, yes, you can. And is it visible to you otherwise? If you double jump, it would be. So if we want this to be a secret, we'd have to put this like over here, up and to the left. Yeah. Oh, that probably just knocked me off on the platform. Yeah, it did. Okay, pretty good. So you could make it up here. This is where we'd have a whole bunch of diamonds. And maybe I should just write text to myself here at this point. Note to self. Yeah, it's easier to do this than anything else right now. Add diamonds here. It'd actually be kind of funny if that showed in the game. Note to developers. Okay. I think that would actually be kind of funny. Although it can't say note to developers. It would say note to self. Add more diamonds here. Yeah. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. So I want some diamonds to be there, but not a ton. And the joke is that like, well, there should have been more. There. Okay, so that's a secret. You could get there if you want to. You could actually then jump outside of the world if you wanted to. So we need to stop that from happening too. That is where we take this and just draw this upward. So now there's no way that you could break outside of the world. Okay, next. So now you're over here. We want to teach you how to dash jump. So I guess we would need to do something like this and make a pit that you can't get out of easily. So like that. Let's try that. So you can just double jump your way. Yeah, you can double jump your way out of here. We got to stop that from happening. So this needs to be a little bit deeper. So we take this and put that there. Orandre, thanks for the resub. Happy 49 months. So yeah, now you cannot double jump your way out of here. You have to hit one of these platforms. So we're trying to teach you that you can dash jump, but you don't have to learn it. So yeah, here's where we have a dash instructions. Press R in the air to dash. Hey, Goose. All right, now we need some diamonds for this. Osama, hey again. Welcome in. Hey, Alvin. How'd the stream go? How's it going today? Happy Wednesday. W raid. Yeah, it is time. I will give you a shout out. That's 3 raids in a row. Well, I don't know how many streams you've been doing, but yeah. And hey, Sarov on YouTube. Yeah, we are working on fleshing out the platformer world that we have so that it actually teaches you the right mechanics. So if I kind of go back to where we started here. So there's now no way to like leave the world. You can't just fall into the gray space. So it says press A to jump. Okay, pretty reasonable. You jump your way out of here. You work your way over to this. There's apparently no text there. Let's restart this. Love you, see you. Okay, bye. So yeah, you work your way out of here. Now it says press A in the air to double jump. Okay, great. So you double jump your way up here. Now press R in the air to dash. So this is an optional mechanic. You can just double jump your way over, but we're going to have some horizontal segments where it's faster for you to dash. And then we're going to get to the big reveal. Okay, so this needs to look probably something like this. I got to see how far you make it. So something like that. Oh, I shouldn't have stopped this. Player controller looking pretty cool. Yeah, it's feeling pretty good. All right, I should start myself higher up so I don't need to keep doing this. All right, press R in the air to dash. That should probably be lower down. Like, we should probably have you jump up to here and then... Yeah. So you can make it like 1 character's height above the press. So can we take this? Can we select multiple things? Nice, we can. Okay, 1 character's height above the press. So something like that. And then this... we will delete and put the platform up here. No. It should go like that maybe. Let's try that. Yeah, so that works. And then you could dash again. Okay, hey Chase. So let's put this one up here. Now again, you can just double jump here. This is not supposed to be a huge feat of dexterity. This is just supposed to be, we're teaching you how to play a game that you're not actually going to be ever playing. And let's put this over here. Cool. And I don't know, maybe we do this. Okay, so you learn dashing now. And then we could teach you that you can double dash. You can play Mario Kart. Does it persist change the way you're running the game? Yeah, that's just a Godot feature. So I didn't need to do anything special for that. So yeah, you actually could just make this with regular jumping, can't you? Can you? Yes, you can. So we should make this one a little bit... No, I don't know. Well, you can always just double jump to it. Yeah, let's make it a little bit farther away then. Well, maybe over there. Hey, Franken. Good to see you too. So yeah, you can air dash your way over here. You cannot just jump your way over there, I think. Maybe you could if you were like right at the edge of this. Nah, it's pretty close. You might be able to if you could do like a pixel perfect jump, but that's okay. The point is not to make this a difficult jump. The point is to just teach you can dash over there. And you can always double jump there. So if you don't have the dexterity to press the dash button, then fine. Double jump. But yeah, okay, cool. So that exists. So now you're here. We could teach you that you could dash and then jump and then dash again, but that's what the big tutorial jump is going to be. But now we have some horizontal segments where we teach you more about just kind of dashing and making it to things. So we're going to put some platforms like here and here and here and here, and just let you get some distance. And then we're going to do the big jump. So all this needs some terrain underpinning it so you don't just die. Except for this. This is where the big jump is going to be. And we can put some diamonds down here too. I mean, I want to add a bunch of diamonds in. Is there like a scene painting brush you can use so I can just click to add a diamond, I wonder? I don't know. I guess that's where we'd put this into the tile map instead of how I'm doing this. Oh well. All right, let's try those sections out. The new stuff that we added. I don't exactly know where we are in the world. Oh, here's where we are. Okay, good. So we come back over to here, press R in the air to dash. So we dash. You could make it up to there, right? Yeah, you could. So you could just skip this if you want. All right, let's move that one a little bit to the side. Oops. Wrong type of platform. And you can just make it from the ground. It should probably be up too. Now you can't double jump from the ground? No, you still can. That's probably fine. As long as you don't need dashing. Okay, so now you'd make it here, and this is where we'd have the big jump that you fall through the world. They probably have some logic to just like plug this in the as you make changes, because you can change other things too. Like if I just want to go move the player, I can click remote over here and then go find the player. Why do you have so many animation players? I guess because of the diamonds. And I could just move them. I guess I could have done this in an easier way. There should be a transform in here somewhere. Hi, cat. Yeah, so if I just slide them to the side, like I can put them wherever I want. And this is pretty nice, so you can test some things out more easily. Hi, Cato. You're a good cat. Okay, so then we put in the big jump. And that's where all this stuff comes in. So is there an easy way to copy paste this? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. I mean, we can select every, whoops, what's going on? There we go. Yeah, we can take everything like that and put this over here. There. Then we have a fake tile map. Player does not know that this is fake. With the world here. And then we just need to delete everything else that I put over here. Yeah, pretty much. And all the diamonds and stuff. Okay, well, that's too bad. So let's delete it all. Goodbye, world. Wait a second. What? That's on the fake tile map? I think I copy pasted too much. I'm not like super concerned about this, but yeah, I think I copy pasted too much. Okay, so fake tile map should just be that. Is that correct? Yes. And the real tile map is there. And then all these old diamonds don't need to be there. So yeah, just delete the whole thing. Goodbye. Now move all these diamonds over to this one. And then delete the delete me one. Hey, Blub. And now they'll make a sound when you bump into them. And then we just need to move that region that I forgot to move. Oh, right. You can't do that. Good. So where's that region? Camera freeze region. Here it is. We want this to be exactly aligned with this, right? Yeah. Camera's fine. Player's fine. Okay, so now we have to add a bunch of diamonds and fill out the world and everything. But I think this is probably pretty good. I'll make another couple little changes here. Like up here, if you jump to the right, probably be something to stop you maybe. So now it should zoom out when we get here. Yeah. And then we need a whole bunch of diamonds here. But you might think, oh, I'll just run across, but you can't. This is where the game stops you. Hey, Spike. So is there a way in Godot paint instant scenes? I might just need to put it in the tile map itself. Oh, then we need to, oh, I guess we could offset it. Yeah, maybe I should do that. And introduce a player to block that shows before you land on it. And on big gap, I turn off the last one and drop. Introduce a player to a block that shows before you land on it. Oh, like something that disappears? But that would indicate to you that it's going to disappear. The reason here, this should look to the player like there is no way to fail this section. Because they don't know that this is the broken part of the game. So if this looked like it disappeared, then you'd be like, oh, I'm going to fall through the world, right? But it's got to surprise the player. So we could also add some diamonds down here or something too. I'm not too concerned about that. The only thing I'm not super in love with is this section. I feel like this should be the other kind of platform. Should be this kind of platform. Yeah. That way you can jump through it. Okay, so we got to add some more diamonds and stuff. I'm not going to do all of these. I'll do a few just to guide the player. And then these ones are really important. So we got to make this kind of follow exactly where you jump. So let's move the player just up to here to begin with. There. I want to see what your jump distance is. So you can jump a little bit more to the right of that. So we put this like that. Maybe we spread these out a little bit more too. Yeah, maybe delete this one. All right, let's see how that looks. Oh, I should turn off their collision here. How do I do that? Here, just turn off the mask for a second. That way we don't remove the diamonds. I just want to test to see, is this jump arc like good? Yeah, it looks good. We need to fix the world too. The fake tile map layer needs actual collision. Collision enabled, yes. And will it just work? I don't think it'll just work. Oh, it does. Nice. Okay, cool. So yeah, this will let us test out the jump and just make sure, is this correct? Not that you can ever make this jump. So now we put the other one over here. Is that right? So you jump, dash again. It's going to be obvious that the diamonds don't form a path that you've ever been able to do. Or maybe, I mean, it's scary. Maybe we draw in a higher arc, so they're not actually diamonds you can get. Yeah, I think that would be good. I need to make this really appealing for you. Okay, there. So you go along this path, but then you fall. You fall through the world. And for players who are like, I'm not doing that, I'll just take the easy route, they would just fall into here and then just fall through the world immediately. We got to stop this from happening too, because now I'm dead. If you would succeed the jump, the platform you land on is not solid. Yeah, I've got a bunch of different little ideas written down over here. We break your controls, the jump is just impossible, or the jump is doable, but the final platform is fake. I kind of like that the jump is just impossible. Because it doesn't look impossible. It looks like you just walk on this terrain and you're done. Node not found, area 2D relative to diamond. Oh, that's probably because I need to restart this, right? Okay, looks pretty good. So let's turn diamonds back into collectibles. Let's turn the terrain back into fake terrain. And let's set the player back to their original position. Now let's start this. I'm keeping that in the game. Cool. Maybe DW. Nice. Okay, great. It's looking good. Use everything you learned to make this long jump. Yeah, that text needs to be there. Everything you learned to make this long jump. Long jump instructions. All right, and now let's clean up a tiny bit of the terrain that's like obviously bad, like this. And what else? This wall can be over here. And then this connects like so. And then this isn't needed. Okay, yeah. There should probably be an invisible boundary that keeps you in this particular area Although maybe we make it so it doesn't matter. Maybe we just put some giant region at the bottom here that'll teleport you. But that's where we'll get to next, I think. So this we haven't done. This we have done. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. I'll try it one more time just to see that last text that's up there. Yeah, so now the world looks a little bit less broken. We'll polish all of this up, of course, even for checkpoint number 1. Oh, there should be some more diamonds over here, right? To get you to go in the next location. Yeah. Let's just pull whatever other diamond we have. This one, I guess. There we go. I mean, if we're putting diamonds everywhere, you might as well put one below here, too. All right, so you get some by going up there. You get some over there. Let's put another one way over here. Where are we with that thing? There we go. We'll line these up as well. Make them look pretty. They're floating, right? Yeah. This one's in like an awkward position. I should move that one up. It's right there. Yeah. Can I add a counter to show diamonds collected or leave it out as a hint that something is off? I was thinking about adding it, but I just don't think it's very important for the first checkpoint. But yeah, I think we probably should add it. Maybe I'll do that soon. All right, use everything you learned to make this long jump. No. Make this long jump implies that you cannot make the jump. Use everything you learned to collect all of these diamonds. Use everything you learned. Collect the diamonds in one go. No, how about this? Try to collect the diamonds in one go. That's better, right? Because this doesn't indicate that anything is off. It just tells you that, like, oh yeah, this should be possible. I mean, you'll know what the name of the game is. It's Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, so you know that something's off. So many people are going to do that exact jump. A counter that's wrong could be funny. You know what could be funny is having the total diamonds there too. So it's like 5 out of 70. And you're like, what? Where are the other 65 of these things? We did not teach you about air dashing in the air. And I feel like maybe there's an optional section where we talk about that. Like maybe we put this here and we say advanced instructions. Advanced technique. Dash again after double jumping. Ground block on the right is a bit off since it's not the same height as the left block. Talking about making the long jump. This was intentionally supposed to be higher so that you couldn't make it there. But yeah, we'll probably make everything look more aesthetically pleasing. So the question is now, should we even teach you about this? Because you have no requirement of learning this. It doesn't help you at all. And it's probably going to make the player feel like, oh, I got to learn another thing. Like I'm only just getting used to this. I think we'll skip on that one. Yeah, I think we'll skip on that one. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. So this is done. Add tutorial text. Okay, let's go check that in. It's just the scene that we changed. So change world. Or like set up actual world mechanics. The world looks far from polished, but the foundation is there. Okay, cool. All right, so now we'll just do a bunch of other things on the list here. Diamonds kind of imply you'd have to, yeah, do the double dash. Yeah, exactly. By the way, if I maximize this, full screen, it actually does get rid of the black bars there. So, I mean, this looks pretty nice. Yeah. If you fall there, how does this work? Yeah, you can't double jump out. That's okay though. It's just so funny to me. All right, cool. Wouldn't it be more fun if the player can make the jump but the ground has no collision? So I don't know what's funnier. I have a few different ideas down, and one of them was that we break your controls. Like you try to double jump and it just makes like a cartoonish splat sound and you just like fall. But yeah, another one is you make it to the final platform and it's fake. I think it's better to make it so that the jump just is not possible. And actually, I should write down my rationale for this. Rationale is that players who don't master air dashing shouldn't be pressured to, because it'll never matter after this point. Yeah, I think this is the reason why we do this. In fact, I want to write this down in the game design itself. Okay, you make it to a jump that looks doable. Okay, so rationale for not just having the final platform be fake. I don't want players to have to learn dashing or double jump dashing. If the final platform were fake, then you may need more dexterity to play this beginning sequence. But it's just for a joke. Yeah. The way the level is designed, they can simply walk and fall. Yes, they can. And that would be okay. Hey, TJ. So in that case that they do that, like, let's just kind of skip over to there. I should probably make a like a flight mode or something for this. Oh, technically you could go here and fall through the world, right? Yeah, I gotta fix that. Yeah, so if they just walk over here, yes, they would just fall. Although, you know what we could do? We could make it so that the very first platform is real. We could put this. We can make it so that this one is real. And we got to fix this part too, right? This should all be deleted. Should be turned into this. So fake tile map layer, can you do what I'm about to do here? Select this and then click this one and then paste it? Yeah, you can. And then we can delete that one. And that way, so now I think we're already in a bad spot. Let me move where the player is. So I don't need to do all that again. There we go. Hey, Boolean. I saw you in Tim's stream. So now if you do step here, everything's fine. If you try moving, you'll fall. But you could do this now. No, you can't make it. Right? It should be impossible to make this jump even from over here. But that way, if you jump and you're like, oh, no, let me come back, then you can come back. Whoops. I messed that up. Yeah, nice. Okay. I think that's maybe better. Let's do that. Amend. Done. Okay. So next up, let's just try to tackle some of these things. Set up the README. Yeah, let's go do that. README. How did we do this in Skeleseller for like .NET? There was some overall README, right? I should probably put this in here too. Where is the... Here it is. Single player story-based comedy game where you're trying to escape terrible game controller tutorials. Figure out how to break free. Cool, yeah. So now running the game, setting up for development. Yeah, let's put this in here. Version we reference is used in the csproj file. It's siabt/csproj. Clone this repo. OpenGhetto Mono, click import. So where do we install .NET? Probably just need to download the newest .NET. Yeah, let's put that in there. And then let's do .NET-version, just to update this, 10.0201. I mean, we probably won't get an error about that, but yeah, if you get an error like this, you probably just need to download the newest .NET, yeah. Cool. Then the player can find out that the ground is not solid after the first block. They know something's up. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, but would you? I mean, the only thing that this game has taught you up until this point is there are some jumping mechanics and diamonds seem like they're good. So you'd be going and collecting... Oops, I left the player at their new position. You'd be collecting diamonds so that when you get here and the text says, try to collect the diamonds, I don't think you'd be like, I'm going to ignore those. And if you do, then fine, right? But if we don't have you do that, and just the final platform is fake, you might skip the final platform. So at some point, the whole world needs to fall out from underneath you. So yeah, I think most people play the game like this. If they don't, and they get kind of robbed of the opening joke, that's maybe also okay, because you'd still get into the story afterward. Hey, Draco. There should be like a corrupted game over sound played when the player falls through the world. Just feel like it'd be a nice touch. So wait until you see what I have planned, because I do have something planned for this, and I think it'll be good. We got to move the player back to where they were. Can I do that? Yes, nice. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's check that in. Amend. Okay, so we filled out the README a little bit. I don't think there's anything else we really need to do. Yeah. Flesh out README. Okay, add looping music track. Level it with the sounds, then probably add a way to turn off the music for when I'm testing. Okay, I found all the music tracks. So here's the one we're going to add for the game. Let me know if this is too loud for the stream, okay? So I'm going to try to turn it down a little bit at first. Where did I put this? There's the WAV file. Where's the MP3? Oh, I think I put it in temp. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to load this in VLC. I'll try to have it at like half volume at first. Oh, there's no indication of a volume level, Matt. There's just what 100% is. Okay, well, anyway, let's play this. All right, that's definitely not too loud. I'm going to set it to 100% now. Yeah, okay, it's pretty loud compared to the stream. I'll probably have to turn it down in the game. But yeah, that's what we're going to use. So let's go plug that in. Oh, I already had it in the music folder, didn't I? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is music that I got as part of a bundle on Itch. I don't think we're going to use any music that's not my own, but for now, I haven't composed anything, so let's throw in some placeholder music. So how should we handle music? I think each game should handle its own music, but it needs to use the same audio bus as the main thing. So if we go to platformer game, we have the audio system here. The audio system could know how to play sounds. We have player, non-player UI. Isn't there music here somewhere? Yeah, music. No, we should probably make some like music sound data or something, because we don't need pitch shifting. We don't need rate limiting. We need like looping controls and stuff. Although even then, actually, maybe the best way of doing this is just put them directly into the scene and just have them start playing. Yeah, that might be the best thing to do. So let's add an audio stream player. We don't need it to be 2D, right? Attenuated with distance to the listener. By default, audio is heard from the screen center. Hiding this does not disable it. Okay, yeah, so I think we just need audio stream player. Okay, cool. Yeah, create this. So this will be the music. We could just call it audio stream player, I guess. Could also set the mic volume to -6, then stuff wouldn't risk being too loud. Yeah, I just, if it's too loud, it's probably gonna be too loud for the game itself, actually. So how do we do this now? We load in this. Then I want to set its volume way lower. So like, let's do -15 for now. It's good enough. Autoplay. Where's looping? Looping. On. Why is there a check mark on the left side of this? Oh, weird. You can, that's weird. You can check the left checkbox, but not have on checked, but not vice versa. All right, bus is going to be music. Playback type is, doesn't matter, probably. And yeah, everything else looks pretty good here. Okay, so let's try this. So if I hit play, it should play music. Hopefully it's not super loud. Let me just double check. Yeah, nice. Okay. We can turn it up a bit. Yeah, that's probably the right leveling. Okay, cool. So add some way to turn off music for when I'm testing. This will eventually be the settings menu with volume sliders, just like Skeleseller. Oh no, you fell. This music makes you want to go fast. Yeah, when I eventually compose something myself, it's gotta have a pretty quick tempo. All right, so we added the music. It's pretty simple. Add music. Now, how do we turn off the music? I guess we could just do it in Godot, right? Until we have a proper thing. We can just click audio and set music down to, what is this right now? 0? Yeah, we could just set it down to nothing. Is there another way we could do this through here, maybe? Amplify, yeah. That way this can be set back to 0. And then, whoop. How do we customize this? Yeah, we just set this to negative. That way we can just uncheck this or check this and not have to drag back all the way up to 0. It's easier to click a checkbox. So if this is checked, then we should not hear music anymore. Hey, 9. Hey, Remy, excuse me. Yeah, so there's no music. If I change the amplify thing here, why do I still not hear music? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's... Oh, maybe this is not dynamic. Yeah, maybe I need to restart the game for that. Yeah, I think I need to just restart the game. Okay, that's still fine. I'm okay with that. Because, like I said, we'll eventually have the settings just there in the game. The M button at the top is mute. That's a good point. That's a really good point. And that might work at runtime. No, it doesn't. Oh, that's too bad. Did I set this back to 0? I did not. Goodness, this is difficult. Oh, and you can't even expand the size of that? Can you click this and change it over here? No. No, it's difficult. All right, so what did I just realize? Oh yeah, I realized that the platformer characters make a sound when they land. Yeah, that shouldn't be happening. Excuse me, had to sneeze. So I'm guessing it's just that we hovered them above the ground. Yeah, we did. They should not be hovered above the ground. They should be on the ground, and then they will not make that sound. Nice. Now they don't make a sound. Right click, reset volume. Everything's there. Nice. Yeah. Okay. So let's check this in. Lower player to prevent landing sound. And then this is going to be mute music by default. This is done via the audio bus in Godot. It apparently doesn't take effect as the game is running. Eventually, we'll just have volume sliders in the game and can control the sounds that way. Until then, I don't want the music to annoy me while testing. All right, nice. All right, make a quit sequence. Maybe just make the pause menu and I can quit from there. Yeah, so the pause menu needs to transcend the games. We're going to do it through main. We're also going to have to pause games, but I have something that has process mode always. This is not it. Process mode. What is this? Audio system. That's probably fine. Maybe. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I guess for UI sounds, we need it to be always. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't a big deal. As long as you don't have any like super long sound effects, it should be okay. But as soon as we do have super long sound effects, there's going to be a problem. All right, so we want to make a basic pause menu. Let's go make a new scene. Pause menu. All right, pause menu. What do we need for this? We're just going to put a quick game button for now, I guess. So I suppose let's make a VBox container and a button, and this would be quit game. Oh, there's got to be return to game. Oh, and also you need to be able to use this with a controller, right? Which means you got to be able to select buttons. We could probably just do that. Yeah, let's see. All right, so return to game. And then maybe just a label at the top of this saying we will eventually have saving / loading here. That expands all the things though. I mean, we could just, I don't know, whatever. All right, so return to game and quit game. It should have saving / loading / settings here. Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't need to look pretty. It just needs to accomplish my very, very basic task. Now, how do we center this? I guess let's just use a center container, right? And then do this. Yeah, there. That's good enough. Like I said, this doesn't need to be pretty. So let's save this under... Shouldn't probably be control flow. Maybe we save this as settings. It is a scene. It's not a settings thing though. Maybe like common across games. No, I feel like there should be a UI. Yeah, just UI. And then in here we put common across games. And then in here we call it pause menu. Okie dokes. Now we go give it a script. So source UI Oh, we're supposed to rename that. Naming things is the best feeling. Rename. Okay. Now make a new directory, common across games, and then make a new file and call it pause menu. Add it to Git, associate it with the thing. Done. Okay, there we go. So we have return to game and quit game. So button return to game. This needs to be a partial class that inherits from control, which means that all of this stuff is going to be from Godot. Oh, there we go. Hey, Pressel, happy Wednesday. So return to game and quit game. Oh, well, that was probably going to do it for me. There we go. Nice haircut, thanks. So when this enters the scene tree, we need this to pause the game. So let me just write down a bunch of things to do upon entering the scene tree, pause the game. Upon exiting, yeah, unpause the game, connect the buttons, and to do add a way to show this when pressing, what is it, plus on my controller. Has it affected my workflow? I mean, not drastically yet, but I do think Rider is better for just C# editing. With that said, yesterday I tried out the AI thing and it spent $1 on one query. So I think that Copilot is maybe better on the UI front, or the AI front, excuse me. Okay, Cat, it's break time. It's break time, Cat. You want to get up? Oh, why would you want to get up? You're nice and warm. $1 for one query. I mean, it was an agent query, but yeah, still, I don't think it's subsidized or anything. So, yeah. Okay, is it jump time? It's jump time. And for those who've never seen this, I just stopped doing an intro about this, but you can type join in chat if you want to play. I'm going to go take a quick break. I'll be back in a little bit, and then we'll continue. Hello again. Close the game. Oh, it'll get it. Close the game. Man, this has been on my to-do list for a little while, and I still need to fix this. I don't know what it's hearing. Close the game. Hearing gate. Still has not acted on this. Yeah. I am so annoyed by these captions. I don't know why it takes this long sometimes. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. I got it that time. So that should have closed it, right? Yeah, it did. Well, whatever. Okay, so quit sequence. Yeah, that's what we were doing. I wrote a bunch of to-do items, right? All right, so when you're on the main scene, we are going to have, I guess let's put the pause screen here. Let's just instantiate it in. And this should load above everything. It should probably be inside of a canvas layer. What do we do for Skeleseller? Hey, Raimo. How you doing, Raimo? And hey, Smoo and Sinelic and Monkeys and Brahim. I tend to just ignore all the Jump Royale chat, but I shouldn't. I think we put this in a canvas layer. It would make sense. UI, yep, it's all in there. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that here too. So canvas layer, pause menu. Let's get a reference to that and then put a thing in here. We need a start button. Is it built in by any chance? It would be, oh, can you search by, yeah, you can search by event. I can just press this. No, there is no button for it. Okay, good. Yeah, so then let's just make one. UI pause. All right, so this is going to be the plus button and I mean, probably escape, but assuming you haven't pressed escape for something else. Why'd it crash? Oh, man. Let's try that again. I wonder what it saved. Can I just select it through here? Yeah, that's probably easier. Why is not the root of the pause menu scene? It could be. I mean, right now it would make no difference, but in the future, maybe we want one canvas layer to have all the different UIs, and then ordering it might be a little bit more difficult. But yeah, it doesn't really make a difference right now. Be not right back. Okay, have a good time at Pressel. Have a good workout. That's what I always assume. Okay, so this is going to be hidden by default. And I guess it's not when it enters the tree, it's when its visibility changes. So we need an input handler in here. Override input. If input dot is action just pressed, UI pause, then is this even for this thing to figure out? I guess it is. I guess show the pause menu, which means we need to get the pause menu. Pause menu, pause menu. Cool. So we call show on this. And then the pause menu needs a way to hide this. So pretty much the same thing. Hide. But this would probably need to tell main that it has hidden itself. And we probably want a visibility changed handler here. On visibility changed. Private void. Doesn't this take in an argument? No, I don't think so. All right, so if is visible in tree, I guess we could set Process mode equals process mode always. How do you pause the game? Is this even the right thing? Does this have volume sliders? It does. Okay, so I want the in-game menu. And there's some way to pause this here. Here it is, get tree.paused. Okay, sure. Good. Yeah. All right, so pause and unpause, that's done. Connect the buttons. We haven't done that yet. And we also want to connect to this. This is if you press pause, it's going to unpause. Hide. Yeah, that should work. So quitting the game. How do you emit a quit event? We propagate this and we disable this just to give feedback while it's quitting. Okay, that's fine. Let's just copy the same thing. Okay, quit game.press plus equal quit game. What is this? We disable the button, so we actually need the button. Button, quit game button. Private. There we go. Okay, that should be good. And then return to game is going to be the same as just hiding this thing. So return to game.press plus equal hide. We don't need that. We don't need that. All right, I think that's everything. You can't move up and down on this menu, though. We got to make that work. So connect the buttons is done. Add a way to show this. Yep, that's everything. All right, let's try it out. So now we should have our really basic pause menu. Pause menu.show. I forgot to get this. Pause menu equals get pause menu. All right, let's try that now. Yeah, so you can't leave this for some reason. Return to game works, but the plus button doesn't. Why not? If you press UI pause, then hide this. And its process mode as always. What am I missing here? Is this GUI input? Why is that purple? Oh, yeah, because I'm running. I always forget that. No, that still doesn't work. What? What do you have to do to get input to work on this thing? Oh, maybe this is that the main is still processing this. It probably is. In which case, this should be unhandled input. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That'll fix it. It still didn't. Oh, I'm gonna figure this out. Main. I mean, input must be getting hit, right? Like, what if I put something here like jump? Yeah. Let's try this out. Yeah, interesting. Oh, I know why. Because we didn't mark this as handled. Yeah, I forgot about that. Where do we have an input event? Here we go. Any of these. And how do we mark it as handled? There it is. Give viewport set input handled. Yep. There. So delete that. Probably the same thing over here in main. Strangely, now I can't even show this. Huh. That part's unusual to me. Is this getting hit? It's not. Oh, this needs to be visible in the tree. Oh, right. And is visible in tree. Yeah. All right. There we go. Yeah, there were a lot of little gotchas here. Yeah, nice. So now we can show this and we can hide it. But it doesn't always work correctly. Wonder what I'm missing. Let's put a breakpoint here and a breakpoint here. All right, so I press plus. It shows the menu. And then it immediately goes and hides the menu. It should have been marked as handled. Wait, what? Do we need to mark it as handled before we do anything? I didn't think that's how that worked, especially because I have a snippet that explicitly doesn't do that. But yeah, I guess if they're in two different event handlers, then it makes sense. Or I need to check by event in here. Yeah. And then what does this take in? String name event. It should be the same event, if I'm not mistaken. And if this doesn't fix it, then the problem is that I need to mark this as handled sooner or handle them from the same function. No, I don't want breakpoints here. I don't care about that. Yeah, now we're good. Okay, cool. So that's everything. Now, this is not button friendly, this controller, this menu, other than that you can press plus to get out of it. Now, we had a pattern we had a pattern that I used in Skeleseller for windows with an opaque background. We could just make like a full pause screen here if we want to. So not just one that obscures the background, but or partially obscures, but completely obscures and has like nice UI and stuff. So where is that pattern? Overlay background. So this came from here. Control with overlay background. And I just took up the whole screen. I think we'll just do this manually for now, because I don't know how often we're going to want this. Yeah. So we'll just add in a color rect. And let's just match the same color we use for Skeleseller. What is it? This. 4B. Color. Done. And then make this take up the whole thing. And we should be good. Hey, Zaboo. I'm doing well, and I did republish my notes pretty recently, yeah. So everything should be pretty much up to date, almost to exactly what I have right now, other than incredibly minor things. So if I press plus, does this work? No, not yet. And then we need to make it controller accessible. Hey, Spartacus. I'm doing well. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's a little bit better. I mean, it's still maybe slightly unclear what's going on, but I think once the UI gets better, this will be okay. Also, we just need something here. I just want a way to quit the game, which I still don't have yet. I mean, I could click it, but I don't want to have to click it. So how do we make it so that the buttons just automatically like get the focus? There's a way to do this somewhere. Focus mode all. I don't remember how this works. Focus control will receive keyboard, gamepad, and mouse events and GUI input. Give focus to the override to determine if you can grab focus. This should be fine, right? What am I missing here, I wonder? Did I get a haircut? Yeah, I did yesterday. I know you got all of them cut. Let me see where the... Let me see how this works. Godot, use joypad to navigate buttons. I know this is possible. I just don't remember how to do this. Yep. So by changing which node is actively selected, called changing UI focus. Capable of having focus by default. Some have the ability to automatically grab focus. UI up, UI down, and UI focus next. These actions can be seen in project settings. Okay, sounds good. So node settings. Oh, cool. Yeah. We need focus neighbors. Oh, hi again, cat. You want to come sit down? Yeah. Were you? Hi. Do you want to sit down? Good cat. She's got to decide. Hey, why not? I am having a happy Wednesday. Hope you are too. Look at this cat. Look at this little cat. Hi. Yeah. You want to do game dev? She does want to do game dev. God, I find cats just so funny sometimes. Like, they're practically apex predators. Not really, but close enough. And yet, they just are little cuddle bugs. They just want warmth and love, just like us. All right, so we set different neighbors. I don't think I had to do this last time. Neighbor bottom, we set to quick game. Neighbor right, I mean, I guess we don't need to do anything there. And then this one, we do the same thing. Where'd that come from? Focus. Neighbor top, we set return to game. Mode all, next previous. I guess previous we set to return to game as well. And then next for this, we set to quick game. I don't think that's enough. I think we need to set where the focus is originally. And I got to figure out how that works. It was doing game dev, yeah. So I set the focus somewhere. In addition to the built-in logic. Okay, the built-in logic may have been enough for this. Maybe I didn't need to do anything. Such as tab. Mine's not going to be focused. All means it can be focused by clicking on it, selecting with the controller. Yep, that's what I want. And we'll try to guess the next one automatically. Yeah, so we didn't need to do this. Necessary code. Any node must be focused by using code when the scene starts. Without doing this, the buttons won't do anything. Called grab focus. Okay. So yeah, let's call grab focus. So return to game, grab focus. Let's try this. Does this happen every time we load this menu, I wonder? I still don't see the focus here. And pressing buttons isn't doing anything. They say call deferred over here. Maybe that's what we need to do. You can't even do that? Huh. Does it build? It probably doesn't even build. Oh, there's a Boolean. Oh, maybe the documentation just hasn't been updated. Maybe the deferred call is in here. Hide focus? No, strange. Got to focus on visibility. Okay, I can do that here. If is visible. Return to game button. So now we need to extract this out. It should know how to do this. Yep. And it should change this too. Return to game button. Okay, let's try that. Hey, nice. But now I can't press a button to accept this. Because we didn't bind a UI accept and a UI cancel. So I need to go bind those now. UI accept. Yeah, there's no controller settings for this. So I guess we set this to jump. I don't know, good enough for now. And set UI cancel to, well, cancel doesn't really matter, does it? But maybe set this one to A, which is actually nothing right now. But that should work. And then I can delete the neighbor setup that we had there, and it should still work. Okay, so now I can, yep, nice. I can return the game. I can quick game. Perfect. Wonderful. Now let's reset these things because I don't think they matter. And it should still operate exactly how it did. Yep, yep, yep. Looks good. Cool. All right. Well, nice. Now we have a way of quitting right from the controller. Well, we were just breezing through this stuff. Oh, that did take a little bit longer than I wanted it to. What is this? Default bus layout. Did I not check this in? I don't know what the default bus layout means. It got a UID here. But that presumably already existed. Yeah. Weird. Okay. Well, that's fine. Pause menu. Anything unusual here? Probably not. Yeah, this is all pretty straightforward. We might not need the VBox container. I'm not going to worry about those things right now. I mean, the menu says right in it that we don't have all the settings in it. So, like, it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, it says we will eventually have saving, loading settings here. What else? Project Echo, that's fine. Pause menu.cs. There shouldn't be anything too controversial here. Yeah, this is fine, but do we have override, void, any other like input functions that I did somewhere? This one is the one I just added, right? Yes. And that's it? How is that possible? No. There's got to be the platform character somewhere. Where's that? Huh, I don't see it. How did we handle jumping? Oh, it's in physics process, not input. I see. Okay, that's probably fine. And we don't jump as soon as we close the menu, right? It should be marked handled, so it shouldn't do anything. Well, I guess I need to be on the ground, right? No, yeah. Especially because it happens when you let go of the button. Okay. Cool. Oh, yeah, and I can quit through this now. Pretty good. Love it. All right, anything else in here? Nope, I think that's pretty good. And main.cs changed very slightly. We added the pause menu. Yeah, so really couldn't be simpler code for that. And then the scene change just to add in the pause menu and a canvas layer. Looks good. Add pause menu. This allows me to, or allows the player to quit through via the controller. It was just kind of annoying to do that through the editor. All right, what's next? So add backgrounds and parallax. We could do this. I don't know if it's the best thing to do right now. Consider whether we need to add invisible boundaries to keep you in the same like fall column. All right, I got some music for everything, and I listened to a bunch of it. Where is this? I don't remember where I put it. There it is. All right, so we got a couple of different spookier sounding themes for when you enter the Architect's Realm, and I listened to most of these, and Soul and Pumpkin sounded like the most fitting. I'll play this briefly here so you can hear this. So yeah, very kind of spooky, not overly scary. But when you fall through the world, the chipper music is going to fade out, and this music will fade in, and you'll land in the caves. And we're almost there. I don't know if we should do the backgrounds and parallax. We probably should. Yeah, this is much more involved. So we have treasure hunters here. Yeah, background, sky, water, all this stuff. These should probably move. There's like water reflections and stuff. Let's go look at the treasure hunters thing again. There's no real parallax, right? It's just a cloud layer. I'm debating on how much I want to do this right now. Probably not very much yet. Do you normally purchase assets or do you use a decent amount of free ones? So in this case, this one's free, but I spent a decent amount of money. I mean, decent for how many assets we got on some of the packs that we're probably going to be using in the game. And I'd already spent some money a while ago on some of these packs. So like this music that I got, it's placeholder music for now. I do like it, but I'm probably going to compose my own. But yeah, for graphics, I think just it'll be a combination of purchasing free ones and then Quickie Joe filling in some blanks. All right, maybe I don't do this yet. I don't know if we'll even use these platforming graphics. We have background that's just that and moves the character. I think Godot has a built-in parallax node. Yeah. Parallax is in effect used to simulate depth by having textures move at different speeds relative to the camera. Provides parallax 2D node to achieve this. It's so easy to get tripped up, so this page provides in-depth descriptions and some properties on how to fix some common mistakes. Also, I guess the parallax that we use doesn't have to match what we have from this asset pack. I'm only debating on whether we should do this now. I don't really want to make graphical decisions right now. Use it for a small game. Yeah, I would expect this to work well. The big questions I have are like, what are the graphics we would use for the final platformer? And how much visual polish do I want at this specific stage? And probably not so much that I should do this right now. Yeah, I'm going to hold off for 2 reasons. I don't know for sure that we're just going to use the Treasure Hunters pack for this. And I don't think this is the phase for this level of visual polish yet. When we do get to this, we should use the, what is this called? Parallax 2D. Good. All right, so let's add this for like later polish. Or like demo polish almost. All right, so what's next then? Consider adding foreground trees as platforms. This could lead to many diamonds. Yeah, that's something we can do later too. Give the world boundaries, except for you're supposed to fall off. That's good. Flesh the game world out a bit. More interesting platforming, how the text variety you control it. Use controller glyphs, even if they're not the correct ones. Yeah, we have to do that eventually. Yeah, eventual tasks. Use controller glyphs instead of just saying press A. All right, this we can do now. This is not hard. In platformer character, we have is on floor, and I'm calling this like 1,000,000 times in this function. Is on floor equals is on floor. Cool. Now we can replace everything in this function with this. Because this doesn't change yet. It's only once we call move and slide that it can change. I should just search for this. What is this function? We're in physics process still. Yeah, this is, oh no, this one can be different now. This might have changed. And then this aerial dash. I mean, I guess we could just pass in is on floor. And then delete this. Oh, we could just not call those functions. And then we don't need to pass in anything at all. Is on floor. Okay, let's delete it. Changed my mind very quickly there. So if is on floor, then check these things. There. And you can only dash left or right, so we might as well put an else if here. Yeah. Hey, Miku. You were here on a different name before. Why did you make a new account? Yeah. You can see how character controllers can quickly become difficult to manage with so much state to consider. Yeah, I had the thing that I spent $1 on for AI here was I had it try to pull this out into a state machine, and I just wasn't happy with how it looked. Also, I don't really think this is going to get too much more complicated. I don't understand why you banned me for writing the exact same message. What was your old account name? Also, I mean, this is technically a ban-worthy reason to evade a ban. Also, the message is not a helpful message, right? Is there a ban? Where do you do this? I can never find this page. There's a place where you can review unban requests. No, wait, this isn't. You had multiple accounts. It wasn't just this one. But yeah, your messages were not helpful. Okay. Well, anyway, like, yeah, just maybe don't spam chat with things, and I'll let you stay on this account. I'm happy to have people watching. I'm trying to be productive, and sometimes people either spam chat or they type irrelevant things, they type like distracting things. And I don't even mind every distraction. It's just some are more distracting than others. Okay, so yeah, we've got this figured out. So fall through the world. I don't know if we'll add this could be like eventual tasks. Maybe we put optional tasks. This one should be done. We should probably make sure this is still working. So now the only is on floor calls, there should be 2. One after and one before. Yeah, there we go. Don't say hi, got it? No, don't take 7 messages to say hi. There actually is a chat rule that I have about no segmenting. Yeah, I mean, if what I said sounds strict, let me just kind of clarify. My general goal on stream is to be productive. And I think there are kind of a couple of components to that. There's mood and there's focus. And chat can mess with both potentially. So if there's someone being like overly negative repeatedly, yeah, I'll probably eventually do something about it. It's because my goal is not just to entertain people or to play games or something. It's like, yeah, I want to do some game development here. What am I working on? I am working on this game now. Safe to remain a lurker? Yeah, it's definitely safe. I mean, if I don't know someone exists, I'm not gonna ban them or something. Also, I tend to warn people before banning. I very likely didn't in that case because it was like 7 messages right off the bat all saying hi. To me, it tends to indicate that that person will probably mostly distract. So anyway, we'll see. Miku's got a second chance now. Hey, C17R. Okay, so let's make sure that I didn't break something here. I did break something. I think I put the wrong thing in here. This is supposed to be if you are grounded. Yeah, this is that way. This is Godot, yeah. Wait, let's try this again. I wonder if I should add a full screen button to the controller. Yeah, everything still looks like it's fine. So let's check that in. That's just changes to this, right? Yeah. Stop calling is on floor so many times. Yeah, demo polish. We'll put this in. Okay, fall through the world. Let's go look at that. And then file the notes and figure out rider changes. Words here. Make control up and down. Go to the previous and next diffs when in the diff viewer. Gem sounds. Good morning, Dialectics. You just fell through the floor. No, the Kaizo blocks. No. The bypassing the game thing has to be a new game plus. Oh, I did not think of Kaizo blocks for that. We should probably write that down. New game plus. Here it is. There could be a Kaizo block that you have to discover. Maybe it has diamonds pointing at it. Also, maybe you fall into the world in one of these into a pinball machine and it shoots you back up. Maybe through some bumpers first. That would be pretty funny. Okay, so the fall through the world should maybe go in slow-mo, and we let you glide left and right, but we have to end you in the right spot. Camera should speed up tracking for that time. Yeah, let's start you there. In fact, maybe I make like a debug button on the controller that'll teleport me to where I want to be. Yeah, for now we can just have it be cancel. So let's go figure out the position I want you to be at, which is here. Maybe right there, actually. All right, what is the position? This copy value. Oh, that doesn't work outside of the editor, does it? Also, weirdly, VS Code isn't responding. No, it doesn't. Drat. I want to copy the numbers, but I have to copy 2 numbers. My life is so difficult, everybody. How will I get these 2 numbers? Okay, so we need an input handler here. Let's go to ready. Override input. If input.is action just pressed, UI cancel, then teleport your player to a new vector, -853. Okay, let's try that. So now, even if we fall through the world, we can just reset our position. Nice. Look at us go. Yeah, it does some weird things with the camera. We should probably start here, actually. What is that position? -1083. Oh, let's just remember one of these. -687. 687. There. And that actually should have taken effect immediately, right? Or do I need to stop on this? I think it takes effect immediately. Changes made require restarting. Could not found output. Okay. Yeah, nice. So this is what I wanted to test, is how do we set the camera tracking to work for this? Camera freeze region. Here it is, entered. Hmm. Do we have the camera? We do have the camera. Camera dot, it's like pixel or tracking or something. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, I don't remember. There's the camera. It's called position smoothing speed. Position smoothing speed. Okay, yeah. So what do we set this to? 15. This is going to probably make players dizzy. So let's try that. Does this actually work immediately? No. I don't think so, at least. And we got to reset this at some point too, but we got to do it if you leave off the left side. So now the tracking should be set very quick. So now there's no way to like get outside of the bounds of the camera, even if you fall, apparently. Interesting. Yeah, it's super fast. Yeah, that's pretty good. So you fall just slightly faster than the camera can keep up. But it also changes the zoom level when you do that. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Okay, how about this? Let's cut that out for a second and let's just see what it feels like. So when you leave this thing, instead of tween zoom, we don't tween the zoom. So now it's going to stay zoomed out. Yeah, I think we want to zoom in very slowly. And I think this fall should be quite long. Now, why does that happen at the very end? It's like the character goes back up for a second. Maybe it's the camera finally catching up. So yeah, watch. They fall. Oh yeah, that happened. See? They go back up for a second. I'm not pressing anything. Yeah, they did it again. I think it's the camera finally like centering because it got too far away. Well, I guess the other way we could do this is to just make our own camera smoothing. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think we should use position smoothing for this. I think we should just manually set it. Which means we need to detect when you've gone out of the bottom of this. Excuse me. Well, we could just extend the freeze region down below. Although this isn't. I have to change the centering of this, right? So something like that. And then we make another region here. So I guess just duplicate this and call this something like started falling region. And this is going to be a totally different collision shape. So let's just delete that. Add collision shape, new rectangle. I know we could have made it unique, but this is pretty fast too. Okay, now we move this down here. Whoa, that is not working. There we go. So we know you've started falling whenever you hit. Actually, technically, you could go down here and then go back up. So maybe we stop you from jumping if you reach this. I'm not sure. We're going to need to figure out a lot of little tricks here. So let's just write some things down. Can't jump out of the fall region. Excuse me. I'm sorry for spooking you, cat. I had to cough. Yeah, so this should be anywhere over here because all of this is fake. we should probably just have this be like this entire section that you definitely can't hit in the world unless you're falling. So like anything in that region. That should be more than enough. So that is the started falling region. Private area 2D started falling region. Whoops, didn't mean to put that there. All right. Started falling region. So it's we only care about the body entering here. So on started falling region body entered. We don't have this function yet, but we're going to. And we want the same thing here if body is not platformer character. Return. Okay, so at this point we need to set something. I don't know. Started falling. So I think we turn off camera smoothing. So this can be deleted. The tween zoom when you leave, we could like trigger that you've started falling. Private bool started falling equals false. Here we set this to true. Then in this and not started falling. Cool. So we're not going to change the zoom level. And we're going to turn off camera smoothing. Smoothing enabled equals false. And then we're going to modify process. So if you started falling, camera.position equals player.position minus or like plus vector2.up times like camera distance from player. Now this is going to be a float and it's going to start at 0. I guess it starts at 0 automatically. And then as we process, we're going to increase this slightly. So maybe this is going to be like delta times, I don't know, let's just try delta. Let's just see what happens. And sure, convert to a float. So now when you start falling, we're going to try to position the camera slightly, like it's going to rise from where the player is. I don't know how fast that's going to happen. It might be very slow. I can't even tell if it's happening. Is it? I don't think it is. Oh, I think the player is moving farther down the screen very slowly. Yes. So it's like 1 pixel per second. So we need to multiply delta by something bigger. So maybe like times 10 pixels per second. Some gameplay. Yeah. Hey, Worka. Yeah, now it looks like the camera can't keep up, but it's just very slow to not keep up. Also, you can still jump, which we got to prevent. Hey, BG King. Hey, Deller. So in order to make it look a little bit faster, let's set this to 50. Let's try that again. And we're still zoomed out here. Yeah, so that's too fast, I think. Or maybe not. How many seconds did that take? We should probably time that at some point. I also kind of wanted to zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, I wanted to zoom in back to the regular position. So I guess we need to change the zoom over a long enough period of time. So we tween zoom back to 1, but we take it. Wait, 2 is not the duration, is it? No, it's not the duration. Okay, fine. We take in a duration. Duration equals 1. All right, but here then we customize the duration to be like 5 seconds. So over the course of 5 seconds, it's going to slowly zoom in on you, which means that this can't move nearly as fast as it's moving. Maybe like 20 is good enough. Let's try this again. This is the first like semi-cinematic thing we're trying to do. So we zoom in, you're falling, you'd fade out the music, you'd eventually hit water. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, Cooter. Good luck today. Have fun. Thank you. Okay, so let's get the music back. There. Now we need to get the audio player here. There it is. We'll just call this music player. Or maybe we'll call this like upbeat music player. Yeah. And then we'll get that private audio stream player, I think it is. Yeah, it's this. Upbeat music player. Ready. We're going to go fetch that. Good. And then once you start falling, we want to fade that out. So right here. So tween equals create tween. Duration attribute is not passed through the zoom method. It is here. The other one is just defaulting to 1, so that's fine. This is the one where I wanted to make it take longer. All right, so I faded music in Skeleseller. We did it in the intro battle. There's some tween that we use for this. No, it's not an intro battle? What? Where do we... Oh, slow music. There it is. This is pitch shifting, though. We don't want to pitch shift. I think we just want to change the volume here. Not provide the correct runtimes to support Godot C# LSP. Oh, interesting. The .NET installer was pretty good, though. It just worked. I do tend to prefer Homebrew just because it's an easier interface for everything, but yeah, at least in this case, it wasn't like difficult setup instructions. So if you can switch, it should hopefully be fine. So here we have tween method, callable from, let's just copy this. All right, tween method, callable from, take a volume and change the upbeat music's volume to this. From the current volume down to 0 over the course of 3 seconds, maybe. And then we need the not upbeat music. So let's take, where to go? This one, Pumpkin. This is so good. Okay, done with that. Now we go plug that in. So this is going to be the, what do we call this? Like spooky music player. And this, we quick load in Pumpkin. I don't know what decibel level we should have. Can we just play it here? Oh, yeah, we can. Oh, it does not respect the decibels. Oh, okay. Well, we'll need to try that at runtime then. Hey, Lembox. Yeah, I haven't updated the credits yet. This is on the to-do list. We're only on day 3 of coding, so I haven't even made a credits menu in the game. Who calls me music player? Hey, Spooky HS. All right, yeah, we gotta figure out the volume leveling. I'll write that down. Make sure spooky music volume is leveled well. Wait, you heard it adjust on your end? I didn't see it change at all, right? No, what you probably heard is the ducking that happens when I talk over the music. It will duck the volume of the music. But this meter's not doing anything because I set it to like -80 and it shouldn't sound at all. You're totally not banned. And hey, Carlfish. Okay, so we have the spooky music. This needs to loop, but it does not need to autoplay. So where's looping? I found that originally and now I don't see it again. What? How'd I do over here? It's in parameters. Where's parameters? What? Am I crazy? Are these two different things? Audio stream player, audio stream player. What? I don't know what I don't know why it's not showing. Huh. Maybe autoplay needs, no. What? Oh, neat. When you set this to playing, you can change the volume. I don't know what it should be, so I'm just going to leave it as is for now. But yeah, very strange that I cannot find the looping property. Loop mode is disabled. Why is that? Oh, because it's a wave file? You can't loop wave files? Godot loop wave file. How would I enable loop? I mean, I'm probably just going to convert this to an MP3 because it's not Final Music anyway. I'm here to deliver a message. Yeah, I think I guessed correctly, but thank you, Scholar. Right click and then you'll get options to loop. Right click what exactly? I see the loop stuff here. Oh, maybe you're talking about inside here. If I go to Pumpkin and then I go to re-import. Loop mode, detect from wave. Yeah, I could set this to forward. Yeah, but I still want it to be an MP3 probably because it's taking up a lot of space right now and this is not Final Music. Yeah, I see what you're saying though. Okay, well, let's open Audacity and go change this. Because the wave file is like roughly 15 or 20 times the size of an MP3. And since this is not Final Music, I don't want to pollute the size of the game. Whoops. Detected this file to be 110 beats per minute. No, I don't care about that. All right, export to an MP3. Cool. Now go delete whatever I just did and use this instead. Temp, Pumpkin. Quick load in Pumpkin MP3. Delete pumpkin.wave. Now looping is right there. Perfect. But we don't want this to autoplay. We're going to play it ourselves, and we're going to do it from this code. So we need to get our spooky music player. Spooky. Why? Oh, it said tab to review. It tab completed a whole bunch of nonsense there. That didn't really work. Okay. So now we want to play this down here. Play. And then, oh, you can set a from position. Is it 0 by default? Yeah, 0 by default. And then in here, we set the volume of the upbeat player. We want to, why does this return? Is that needed? I don't think that's needed. We want to set the volume of the spooky one to be 1 minus this, I think. All right, I'm going to mute the stream music so that you can't hear this, just in case I mess something up, because I've messed this up before and it like really blows out people's eardrums. So you can still hear me talk. And I'm going to turn down my own sound just in case I screw this up. Let's listen. You won't be able to listen, actually. Okay, it's pretty loud. We'll turn that down a bit. Maybe just subtract like, yeah, another 5. Okay. I'm going to snooze ads because Abby's very comfortable on my lap right now. Isn't that right? And then the spooky music should actually wait a little bit before coming in. So how do we do that? Tween dot, I think it's delay, tween interval. This is just a delay, right? Yeah, and then the amount of time. Okay, so maybe we wait for like 2 seconds and then do another one of these. And delete this and delete this. All right, so we're going to take it from our current volume, which is actually just going to be 0. And go to... Oh, we're changing the volume. Oh. I don't want this. Hey, Hef. Yeah, I don't want this. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. Because I don't know what this number is equal to. And we got to figure out what turns into -15. So I guess linear to dB is what we're trying to figure out. Math f dot linear to dB 0.9. What is that? Negative. What? Oh, I see. I don't know. 0.2. Isn't that gonna be too quiet? Let's just start with that anyway. So dB to linear 0.2, except for it's the other way around, linear to dB. So now the volume is just in decibels already. So I can just type volume here. Okay, here goes nothing. Let's try it out. So we have upbeat music playing. We're platforming, we're collecting stuff. Then when we fall down here, what'll happen is the upbeat music will fade out over 3 seconds. It'll then wait 2 seconds, and it'll fade in the spooky music. Oh. Okay, that's not good. It played it originally. I want to do tween callback, I think. Yeah, callback.from. Is it not call? Oh, callable.from. Spooky music player play. That's what I meant to do. And then I think it's going to get too loud still, but let's try that out. Try messaging on Discord. Can't whisper here. Yeah, I can take a look at it after the stream. Why is it like jumping in? Why is that happening? Oh, because we never set the original volume? Oh. Spooky music player dot volume dB equals linear to dB 0. So it starts at 0. Oh, that should have been done in the first callable there. We might want to fade this out a little bit sooner too, maybe over the course of 2 seconds. I don't know what's going to feel too jarring to the player. Maybe 3. Maybe we also then wait 3 seconds over here. I don't know. Yeah, let's try it again. No, it's like coming in all at once. Why is it happening? I play the music. I set it. Maybe I set its volume lower at the beginning. Linear to dB. This should be a percentage, right? Yeah. Yeah, 0 to 1. So 0 should be it's off. Then we play the music. Maybe it's loading the MP3 at the time we choose play. If that's what's happening, then it's always going to make that blip. But then we go from 0 to this over the course of 3 seconds, set the volume to this. Yeah, I don't see what's wrong here. I like Ryder, yeah. Very dramatic entrance. Yeah, let's see if this is better. I gotta actually like take a break soon. Let's try it. No, it's still doing that. Okay, well, let's just take the break anyway. And I'll write where I left off. Can't get the music to smoothly fade in for some reason. Oh, maybe it's a tween on the wrong thing. Maybe I need the tween to be on the other player. I don't know. All right, I'm going to take my break. Is it jump time? That better work. All right, well, I'm just still kick off the ad break, and it'll work eventually. All right, come on, cat. Come on, Abby. Oh, I'm sorry. It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. So we have to figure out how to get the music to not jump in like that. I don't know what's going wrong exactly. Is it not loading the MP3 until... I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. Stream pause. What is the difference here? Maybe change removed in future versions. Okay, what are the playback types? Default playback type. It's set to stream. I don't know. Maybe preload when the level is. I don't know that that's the problem. That's the only thing. And we also can't preload in a reliable way. I guess what we could do... Okay, here's an idea. What if we just call this right off the bat? So like the music is technically playing as soon as we enter the scene. If this fixes it, then we know it's a loading problem. So yeah, let's try that out. No, it's not that. What is going on with this? We play this, then we tween over the course of 3 seconds to change the volume. But it's like it's playing like a whole bunch all at once for some reason. I just can't... is it... It can't be that this is messed up, right? Let me open this in VLC. I think it is? Hard to tell. Can I hear this loop? I am not sure what to do. How about this? Let's set the duration to 10 seconds and just see what happens. I don't know, maybe it'll be more obvious. I'm going to turn on my own volume. It won't change the stream. Okay, this is obviously not working. It's like it's happening all at once, and the duration should be in seconds, right? I'm pretty sure it's in seconds. Delay is from line 92. This delay is just in between the two tweens that are happening. It says creates and appends an interval tweener. Method can be used to create delays in tween animations. So, and none of this should be running in parallel. So like it's going to do this, then it's going to wait 2 seconds, then it's going to do this, then it's going to do this. All that should be fine. Could be important. I gotta go. I'm sorry. I'll have to take a look later. I don't typically check my DMs on stream, but I will probably check it today. Today's an incredibly busy day, but I might have some time later, and if not, it would be tomorrow. But yeah, we'll try to take a look at that later. What could be wrong? Maybe, I mean, I already was doing this and this was fine, right? Volume dB. Is volume dB a, yeah, it's a float. Oh, oh my God, I'm going from 0. 0 dB is not correct. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, mathf linear to dB 0. Oh, silly of me. Okay, so now it should work totally fine. That was quite the oversight. Yeah, all right, let me listen to this now. Okay, well, that broke. What caused it? Volume cannot be set to not a number. Oh, linear to dB0 is not technically possible? Let's put a breakpoint here and find out what I'm supposed to set this to. I could just set it to like 0.001 or something. As long as it's practically silent, shouldn't matter. Why didn't it break in? I clicked the wrong button. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. I think we just need to set it to 0.01 though. All right, so math f dot linear to dB o is impossible, right? Negative infinity, but 0.00001 is totally fine. So we could actually just set that to negative 80 probably, but yeah, this should work. That's why we use linear here. Maybe we should have just done it the other way. Math f dot dB to linear negative 15. Yeah. I'm liking Rider so far. Don't you need it on line 89? No, because we're doing linear to dB here. So this one was actually, well, I guess that would be not a number, right? Yeah, I guess that would be not a number. But why don't we just use decibels the whole time? Volume dB and just set this here. So here we're taking whatever it currently is and going down to nothing, which would be mathf dot linear to dB 0.01. That might as well be silent. And then over here, we're doing the opposite. Volume dB. We're going from this up to negative 15. And then this would not be a thing. We'd set this to linear dB 0.01. Although I don't think this is necessary at all now. Well, the play is necessary, but the other part shouldn't really matter. Cannot convert from double to float. Yeah, sure. Wait, then I'm doing this wrong, right? No, I'm not doing this wrong. Why didn't it complain over here? That doesn't make any sense. It should complain. Oh, because here I'm setting it to a float. I see. Sure. And here it happens to get converted on its own to a double. We're getting there. There. Let's try it. Expected a semicolon. Yeah, we need a falling sound, and we also need... What happens on the pause menu with music? We need a falling sound. I want to change the timing of this. I think this should fade out pretty quickly. Like you're leaving that world. So maybe 2 seconds, then we wait a little bit, then we fade this in, and maybe that fades in over 2 seconds. Oh, that should probably be once you've landed. And then what was the other problem that I was having there? There needs to be a parallax background to make it clear that you're falling very fast too. I should eventually switch to the caves. Yeah, that should fade in much faster. Maybe like 1 second and then wait 3 seconds here. Feel like it should fade out the original while it fades in. I don't think it should. It sounds cacophonous when it's two different things overlapping for some amount of time. And I want it to be more like, whoa, what's going on here? Hey, Trons, yeah, wind sound or something. That's what I'm thinking. I think we have a loopable wind sound. Wind cast, wind outside, wind hold. No, that's not good. It's not whooshy enough. What other ones we have here? I mean, this could potentially work. Yeah, this could potentially work. Let's put this over here. This is not music, though. This is a sound. So wind outside dot wave. We're going to go add that in as well, I guess. Hang on, I'm just debating. Sounds from the NASA live stream. We just play the NASA live stream in the game, picture in picture. So yeah, let's make another one of these. We'll call this like wind player. Although, do we need this? We're not going to pitch shift this thing. Yeah, let's just do this. All right, so quick load in the wind sound. This can play at whatever. It doesn't really matter. This should probably loop. It is technically a non-player sound. Although maybe we consider it to be music for this case. Just for what you're going to level the volume to be. Yeah, I think so. Playback type default. Okay, so this could be changed to loop, but it's like 25 seconds long, and we're not going to wait 25 seconds, so I don't think it ever has to loop. Unless it plays on the pause menu, and then we'd have a problem. Also, what happens with the wind sound? If you pause for too long, it'll just stop playing. We should just set this so that it... Oh, its process mode is inherit. It should be fine. That means that the music will stop. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't know for sure. So this looks good. This is wind player. Maybe it should be called like wind sound player. Wind noise. Yeah, wind sound. Whatever. Sure. Great. Okay, now let's go get that.
Whoops.
Wind sound player. And we're going to do the same thing for this. So as we fade out this music, we're going to fade in this. This won't work. We need to... Yeah, this wouldn't work easily. All right, well, I'll figure that out in a second. I guess let's play this. And then tween. Can we like parallelize this? There's a way to do this. Makes the next tweener run parallel. Yeah, there. That'll do it. But this one we got to do linearly, right? Or just copy this. And this should probably fade in pretty quickly, like 7.5. Negative 19. Ah, it's got to sound like whooshing. Let's just try that and see what happens. Oh, no, that's wrong. I didn't even look at the code because I just copy pasted. Whoop, no. Wind sound player. There we go. Still working on Skeletor? No. I've got my... Oh my god, what's going on? Yeah, I've got my wrap-up document here. Okay, let's try that again. Where's the wind sound? There it is. All right, so now we should hear a whooshing sound when we fall. I don't hear whooshing, and I also hear the... That's right. That's what I meant to do. I also hear the upbeat music still playing. Yeah, like this is not quiet enough for it to totally stop, I think. What's the problem with this, though? Did I not set this up correctly? Oh, it's just really quiet? Oh, I might need to make it louder then. Yeah, it's almost inaudible for me. What if we set this up to 0? It's still pretty quiet. So we need to set it to maybe even higher than 0. Maybe like 3. Hey, Jesta, you could hear the whoosh. Yeah. You could hear it barely. This will make it a lot louder. Sounds pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so now the question is, let's say we delete all of this stuff. Can we still hear the upbeat music? And we might need to really listen for this one. Once we fall, I mean. Yes. It's still playing. So we can't do that. No, I don't think a scream would be good for this game. I want to stay away from voices for a lot of this. What do we do? Because you apparently can't just set this to 0. Let's see. Man, how are you supposed to set it? We could just set it to like negative infinity or something, or close to negative infinity. We could set it like negative 1e6. Right? That's probably fine. Yeah, let's try that. Turned off like immediately. Should have taken 2 seconds to... Oh, I guess because it's tweening all the way to a super large number, so it's getting there faster. So maybe just like negative 500. We need it to be off. Man, there's got to be a better way to do this. Yeah, like I want to set this to what it used to be here, but just pretty much 0. It just doesn't work when you do that. Range must be configured to go from 0 to 1. Why is this a problem? Because you can't do math.log of 0. Yeah. Guess not. Math f.log 0. Yeah. Hey Ginger, took me 2 full days. Are you feeling better? How's your health? I mean, good job, but like, what was the cost? Or have it pause when it gets to a certain value? Yeah, I could just stop it. I don't. How are you supposed to fade music out? Godot fade sound out. Like, I understand the mechanics of using a tween for this. I just don't get how you're supposed to set the volume to 0. Yeah, I don't know. Negative 80 is effectively silent. It's not, though. I could still hear it. Been in a super good mood. Only have 5 hours of sleep. Feeling chipper. Okay. I know you said you were a workaholic. I know you said you're usually watching like tons of streams at once too. We could try this again. I think it's going to produce an error, but maybe it'll like effectively be silent. Whoops. God, that's loud. Wow. Okay. No, it just pretty much mutes it immediately. That's the issue. Oh, that's why we passed in volume not in decibels and then changed it to linear to dB. Okay, I understand. All right, well, I'll try this again, but I feel like I'm spending a lot of time on this. So volume percent. And then we convert this back to here. And we have this go down to 0. Check out the ending if I send you a video. Yeah, sure. Should I try to tackle an issue? I had no qualms using AI as a tool. It just kind of cuts off at the end. Why is that happening? It should be 2 seconds of smoothly going down to 0. I get that what we're doing is we're taking a percentage and turning it into a logarithmic number, but this is based on human perception, so it should feel like it's going down to 0. What am I messing up? I don't know what I'm messing up. All right, well, after that, I guess we could just stop the music. Upbeat music player dot stop. You could also just delete the music player at that point. Stack Overflow AI? Is there actually Stack Overflow AI? Also, hey, Dark. Where's the music? There it is. It just feels like it's fading out too abruptly. I guess because we get to the imperceptible zone very quickly. Huh. Maybe it'd be better if we started it at 100% and went down to 0 and then just minimized the audio. I don't know. Wasn't that abrupt? Okay. Yeah. Well, let's just leave it as is then. And let's put all these things back in. And let's listen to the whole thing. Yeah, it's pretty good, except for something weird is happening in the wind. Yeah, it's this stuff, I guess. So I want to do volume percent again. Change this to mathf dot to linear to dB. Then we're gonna go from 0 to mathf dot dB to linear. We want to target 3 decibels. Maybe we say like target wind dB and do const float target wind dB equals 3 because the sound itself is pretty quiet. And duration 0.75. That's probably pretty good. Okay, so the whooshing starts pretty quickly. Oh, wait, no. This is happening, though, in the wrong spot. This needs to go here. Yeah. Okay, we don't need this started falling here anymore. All right, now what am I missing? We're missing the fall. You're supposed to fall into water so you don't get hurt. I mean, a lot of games, there's no fall damage. And actually, even in this game, I guess you could fall from a pretty big height and you're not going to take damage or anything. There is no life bar. Or we should put a life bar in. So yeah, if you fall like that, it's not hurting you. So it could be reasonable that you fall super, super far and you still don't get hurt. All right, we got to adjust the timings a little bit, but that's pretty good. And maybe also adjust the spooky music volume so that instead of -15, it's -12. A little bit louder. And timings, yeah, I think this is a little too long. Maybe not 2 seconds there. And everything else looks pretty good. So that is you falling down. Now, what happens with the pause menu? Got to go test that out. We could make the music go a lot lower on the pause menu. We should also probably play a sound effect when you get into the pause menu. I'll write that down for polish. Play sound effect upon entering or leaving the pause menu. Play sound effects upon choosing buttons. Hey, Worry. How's it going? It's going pretty well. We're making good progress today. So the wind sound, if you pause, should also stop. Yeah, nice. Okay, I'm happy with that. The falling sound is just wind for now, but I was thinking some kind of like doo kind of thing. But I guess it would just never stop. So the wind is probably good enough. Camera should probably speed up its tracking. We did that to make sure you can't fall out of the fall region. Yeah, so there is no indication of where you are in the world. We could put invisible boundaries. Or we could position the new world below where you are. That's probably the best thing to do. Maybe just position the architect's realm below where you end up. So you have to land in it. This is probably good. This is done. This is done. This shouldn't be needed. Okay, so we're on to the next bit, which is we need to find a water graphic that we can use to break your fall. Where are those caves that we had? No. Here it is. Exterior. Yeah, this. And interior. Nah. There's no water in here, is there? Just in the background? I want you to land in water so you don't hurt yourself. But I guess it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you land in a spookier looking place. Also, I wonder if we should add hearts and a diamond meter. I should probably write that down. Add hearts and a diamond counter to the UI. You can't actually take damage though. So you'd fall into here. There's water in the background. We could potentially just draw a water sprite. Also, the way I was picturing this is that you're falling down this huge column, and then there's like a shaft of water somewhere that's somehow just floating that you fall through, and it kind of breaks your fall, and then you fall normally. But that probably doesn't make sense. Maybe you just land on something soft and not necessarily water. We have a bush graphic there. You land on a bush. Oh, you're magically okay. Prefer chicken soft over GD Unit 4. I'll write it down. I'm not even certain that I want this exactly. Could look into chicken soft again. All right, well, we're definitely getting these graphics. Just a pile of hay. Yeah, this is not like critical to the story or anything. Is there a hurt landing that we have? This would not show it to us. It'd be in here. Platformer. There is hurt, but I don't think these are landing hurt. Yeah, I like the idea that you'd get back up from being like prone. Oh, also, this is like a decent falling animation. Or maybe the fall happens off screen, like the camera couldn't keep up and you land and hit the ground, and then when you see your character, you're like this and you've got like one heart left. Okay, that could work. Hey, Dragon Slayer. The other guys, I think I've seen that. I just don't remember. Yeah. Okay, I like this idea. So we have... So we're not going to do the water graphics. So like get the cave graphics set up. Align the architect's realm with where you're going to fall so that you can't move out of the fall region. And then make the camera speed up to the point where it is not on the player when they land. They hit the ground, take like 2 hearts worth of damage, and are in their prone graphic. They get up when you move the stick. Yeah, that could work. And then play a sound on impact on hitting the ground. Okay. And then flesh out the architect's realm so that it uses the same platforming mechanics, but with no diamonds this time and only the spooky music playing. Your goal is to get to the door of the architect. Okay. Yeah. All right, we already have these graphics somewhere over here. Yeah, these we're going to have to do. And then there's normal hit. What does that look like? Yeah, I don't know which one's better. I don't want her to be like, I don't know. I don't want it to look like she's going to die. So this could just be that she landed and she looks a little bit hurt. But the other one kind of looks like she's out. I don't know. We'll figure it out. One of the two. Let's just copy a path to this for right now. Okay. Eltirian. Do you want them to be painted in like we did with mushrooms and Skelesaur? I'm not sure. Yeah. I think it's probably easier to set up. And that way they're kind of aligned to tiles, but yeah, it's probably easier to do that. How long did it take you to use that keyboard? Not too long for English, maybe about a week, but for coding it was like maybe a couple months. Okay, let's go get the cave graphics. Where did I put them is the question. Pixel Fantasy Caves. There it is. I don't think I have this in my credits, which I haven't even put in the game yet, but I need to go figure out where those are. Downloads, this, credits. Oh, what? Why is it opening in this? Free Treasure Hunters. Yeah, so we got to put the Pixel Fantasy Cave here too. We already checked the license of this, right? better be licensed. You can use this asset personally and commercially, yeah. Okay. Fade to black just before impact, like going unconscious. And then when the scene fades back in, the character's getting up. Oh, that's a good idea too, yeah. I don't know what I'd prefer to do. Also, if you're going to take a fall from that high up, maybe you should have like 5 hearts and it goes down to half a heart at the end, indicating that like this nearly killed you. This is going to happen another time too, though. I don't know. Let's figure it out as we go. Okay, so now I got to go add these graphics into the game. And I keep losing them. Pixel Fantasy Caves. And we have PSD files. We don't need the PSD. Yeah, we don't need the PSD files. We just need these. So what's this called? Pixel Fantasy Caves. Let's go put this in Worlds. Pixel Fantasy Caves 1.0. All right, so there's everything. And then I guess delete any that we didn't use. Delete any Pixel Fantasy Caves that we didn't use. So we can close out of this. All right, so the Architect's Realm is going to be a new scene. It's still within the same game. At which point we should probably be loading in this as its own level too. Yeah, I should put that in its own entire thing, right? Its own entire scene. Maybe put the original world into its own scene so that we can manage coming back to this world, which you'll do at least once more. That's how it happens in Satisfactory. But if you bounce, you die. How does fall damage happen? Like it fades to black beforehand? Because I'm still, I don't know, I'm still leaning toward the not fading to black thing. Okay, so let's go make a new scene here. We'll call this Architect's Realm. Can we put an apostrophe in? You can. It's probably not a great idea. Because now the node path is going to be, well, it's just dot according to this. But how do we get the like absolute node path? I guess we could just duplicate this or add another thing. Node 2D test apostrophe S. Okay, now copy the path to that. It's probably just an apostrophe. Yeah, they don't escape it or anything. I don't know. It just feels so weird to do that. But it'd be weird to not put an apostrophe in Architect because it is their realm. We could call it Architect Realm. Yeah, that's probably better. Hey, Shine. If you're full health, you lose all life bar, but the last half. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's going pretty well. Yeah. Also, I don't think you were away for that long, right? I guess long enough to not have seen the coding start. Yeah. Yeah, so we've been starting to work on the platformer section, platformer sub game. And now we're going to make this new area. So we're going to make a tile map layer here. Its physics is going to be set to... Oh, no, we do that in the tile map. Assets, world. All right, what are we doing here? What do these things look like? Main lev? So we want that for sure. Props. Props 2. Yeah, so main lev and the backgrounds, I guess. We might not need the props yet. All right, let's plug this in. Tile set. Main lev. Okie dokie. So you're going to fall in through the top. And you're going to land in this world. And you're probably going to progress to the right because that's what we've taught you to do so far. So I'm picturing there's like an entry up here. This is where you enter from. You're going to fall all the way down and hit. Well, maybe the entrance should be obvious that that's where you fell from. It could be at the top of the screen such that you can't make it there. Yeah. So you land here. You eventually get to a door over here. And we have you go through some, platforming sections to get there. That was supposed to be an arrow. But I messed up the arrowhead. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. All right, let's go do that. So what do we got here? I liked this. So we need to get the rocky borders of this. And I'm going to do this pretty cheaply for right now. So let's just get any looking rock that we have here. These graphics are really cool. It's going to be a little bit hard to use them completely because I'm not an artist. Okay, so you're going to fall down and you're going to land. I mean, we should probably make it a softer landing. All right, let's go into the tile set and set these tiles. Where are they? I don't know which ones I picked, so let's just pick them all. Okay, physics layer, add collision here, collision mask, I guess of that. Physics. Where's the select all thing? There it is. Same thing over here. Same thing over here. So there. Now, no matter what I picked, it should have been one of those three. Yeah, it was the left one. So now you can fall onto here. We need some rocky boundaries for the side of the world. Let's go set that up too. Because again, I'm going to do this pretty cheaply. So there's the left wall. There's the right wall. And that's probably good enough for now. All right, so left wall, we'll have a bunch of this here. Okay. There'd be some gap in the upper part. Let's just get the landing working correctly. So we're going to get you over here. And you're eventually going to make it to a door. Is the door in this set? It is. That would probably be on another layer, though. Props layer, maybe. But then you'd show up. You want to go into the door? Maybe just fade out your character. We don't have an animation for them entering a door. We could maybe use the ladder animation. Ladder action. Yeah, if we fade it out as she's facing in that direction, it could look like she's entering. Yeah. Let's copy that. Maybe use this as an enter door graphic. Are they final or just placeholders? So the character is probably final. The world, I'm not sure yet. Yeah. So in general, I wanted to think of it in terms of moods. The opening platformer should be like upbeat and cheery. And maybe there's a sense of, okay, I got to go fast or something, but it's not spooky. It's not grim. But then when you fall into the architect's realm, it is a little bit spookier. So now you're in this like darker cave area. Hey, Snoopy Dog. I try to keep the today command up to date so that you can always check that. That should hopefully clarify. And then if we can get done with this, which I suspect this will take at least a couple of hours, then we can start working on the farming simulator. Yeah. All right, well, let's add in the door. So we need a new tile set here. And main lev, yes. And now select that and put that here. So that's the door you're going to enter. We also need to block this off. I mean, there should be some platforms here. We don't have any platforms. But yeah, we need to add platforms at some point. Let's get the right wall and put that over here. So yeah, this will not look great. Can we get some like really simple looking platform? Do they have any jump through platforms that we could use? They've got like a wooden thing here. Anything else? Yeah, that ledge, maybe you could jump up through it. Or even these little wood tower things. Yeah, we could put the wood tower things down. Hey, Tim, how'd the stream go? You found a lot of cloth today. And thanks, Josh. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so let's add these things in. Will they look like they're jumpable? Yeah, they will if they're in the foreground. So where is that? I don't know a better way to do this. I don't see it. Maybe it's this combined with this. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So the X with the little platform on top. So there's the X thing, but both of those have it. Which one is it exactly? The transparent one. So it's this one. And then we put the platform on top. And the platform has a little X thing in the middle of that too. Yeah, so that's that. And then we control the size of it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think we can do that. And that's in the props. So let's go try to do one of those. This will be in the props layer, I guess. It's not really a prop. I don't know. Let's just do that. And then copy this. We need 3 tiles there. How did they line it up? I don't know how they lined it up. They offset it. Because we can't put the X in the middle. Not that it matters. We can do that, though. No, wait. This looks... this is a different color. Where's the... Ah, there it is. Aha. And that centers it, too, doesn't it? I mean, not the way I just did it, but... No, there's no centering that either. Okay, well, that's still fine. Yeah. Game balance with the idle feature that's been lurking in the shadows, trying to decide value or effort of the feature. Cut it or solve the balance. As in, cut the idle feature? Because, yeah, one of the things with Skeleseller that I know that you watched that video I did about the lessons, but there was the whole question about should the player be active or idle? And we decided that it's optimized for being active. So, like, idle is a thing that people can do. Unfortunately, as a result of this, people expect every other aspect of idle games. So like they want it to be, 50 hours long and they want there to be a million other systems. And so I don't think that, I don't think that the idle aspect of Skeleseller helped a whole lot. Like it is an automated game, but I think calling it an idle game confused people, even though it is an idle game. So yeah, I think those sorts of decisions are very tough. Possibly an easy way for you to go through it, and I'm not totally sure if this works, is just way toned down the amount of progress you can make from that system. Anyway, this looks pretty good. So we got to set up collision on this. Select. Where's collision? No, we don't have collision here. There we go. So reset the whole shape. I could trim this a bit. I'm not going to do that. And then down here, set one way on. Perfect. Okay, so this is the Architect realm. Scenes, subgame, platformer, Architect realm. Save. And we don't have any scripts here, but we should be able to just instantiate this into the main game. So I'm going to just put this, I don't know, here for now. Where's Architect realm there? Okay, now we move this over here. We need you to be able to get into it. So let's do that. I know this is going to look weird, but you can jump into it this way. So let's see if this works. Oh, nice. Now we should be able to jump on this thing from the bottom. Very cool. And you show up behind it, which is maybe not what you'd expect. How would it make sense if you're jumping on it if you're behind it? It wouldn't. Okay, so we gotta fix that. Yeah, we'll do that once we actually instantiate this in. We need to move the player from the platformer game into this game, though. Alternatively, we just put the Architect's Realm into the platformer game. Set things up and let it run. Yeah, but you're doing quite a lot to set that up. I would consider that more of an automation game. Whereas Skeleseller, you're not controlling the automation. They're just doing stuff, whether you even tell them to or not. Blueprint game I was inspired by had it. In mine, it opens up about halfway through. Yeah. Yeah, balance is really tough. Especially because the more you try to balance, the more in-depth you understand your own mechanics. And like the faster you'll go naturally, which makes it harder for you to know how is a real player going to play it. So RuneScape's also an idle game. I haven't played RuneScape, but aren't you manually controlling the characters in there? I thought you manually did everything in that game. All right, so here's what I am wondering about. How do we want to set up the Architect's Realm? It's not, I don't know. Also, Shine, do try to be careful about segmenting. It's the only like non-obvious rule that I have in this chat. And I know it bothers some people, and some people just leave the stream and never come back upon hearing that, but yeah. I like when people consolidate their messages. So option one would be just put it into the platformer game directly. I don't love this idea because it should be modular in case we want to change it around at some point. Option two would be instantiate the scene and put the player into the scene. And option three would be instantiate like foreground and, well, like background and foreground separately. Because we need the player, well, yeah. Like if we ever have something that the player shows up behind, we need the player to be somewhere in between the two of those things. And we could just reparent this. We could just put a player node in here. I think that's probably the most reasonable thing. Node 2D. We just call this player node. Although in this case, the player actually shows up on top of this stuff. So we put it here. Okay. So we're going to go change something here. We are going to try that when you press this button, where is it? Input. What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay, this is what I don't expect. I want to find this input, and it was going to shortcut input. Yeah, no, it's still going to node. How do you just navigate to the input function that I have right there? Oh, I don't have an input function? Okay, well, that explains that. Because I'm in the wrong file. It's platformer character that has it. Ah, here we go. So yeah, when you press the A button on the controller, it's currently just teleporting you there. I think what we should do is have it put you into the Architect's Realm. So we instantiate in a new scene and add it somewhere in here. So this is Architect Realm. So subgames, platformer. Shouldn't this autocomplete for me? Architect Realm, yeah, there. Instantiate as Node 2D, sounds good. It will probably have its own entire script. We should probably do that. Yeah, fine. Platformer add Architect Realm. There might be different variations of this, but for now, this is probably fine. All right, now we got to go plug it in over here. Architect. There we go. So we need to fetch the player node, which is called player node. Node 2D player node equals null. Oh, nice. It added private for me. And then this should be a partial class that inherits from node 2D. And then we set the player node to get node player. It got rid of the partial again. There we go. So now when we initialize this, we're going to initialize it with the player, which I guess is platformer character player. So player.reparent to the player node. So now over here, we're going to make the architect realm, which is now an architect realm. And we're going to set its position to somewhere. I don't know where. Let's just not set a position for right now. But we do need to do this. To do set a position. And then add child. We need to add this somewhere. I got to figure that out too. And then init it with the character. And only allow this once. And get parent is not architect realm. I don't know. Yeah, sure. All right, now we're just adding it to some random part of the scene over here. So we should probably put like node 2D. Where's the player? Player's way down there. We should genericize this. Yeah, we should genericize this. And effects are for the player. Effects are still going to go into this node. Oh, this won't work. It won't work. Yeah, we got to change this around a bit. We need the effects node to be just above where the player is in the scene hierarchy. Well, for now, let's not worry about it. Maybe we'll just put architect realm parent and plug this in over there. Node 2D architect realm parent. Get node. Okay, so this should put the player in the right spot. But the architect realm is going to be off to the left. No, that failed. Node not found player. It's not called player, it's called player node. I should also probably turn off the music. Maybe we'll just do that inside of main for right now. Can you get the... How would you do this? Audio server dot mute. Set bus mute. Oh, that was easy. Bus index and enable. 0 true. 0 is probably master. So that should hopefully mute everything. I just don't want sounds on when I test this every time. Good. Okay, so there should be an architect realm over here somewhere. We should see it somewhere in the world. Oh no, 0, 0 is actually off to the... like way off to the upper right. I don't know if we'll ever see this. I don't think we will. No, we won't. Okay, where is 0, 0? Right there. Oh, so we would fall into it. Oh, that might work. So I just aim myself over there. Hey, we almost fell into it. I don't think we can reach it exactly. But that's okay. We'll just move it. I just wanted to see if this is kind of working, and it kind of is. So position equals... Maybe we just pick the player position. Position plus vector 2 dot left times 100. So it'll be 100 pixels to our left, which means we're probably inside of it as soon as we create it. You what? Did I do that the other way around? What is happening? I mean, I know the camera thing is messing up right now. Why did it? Oh, because it reparents us into it. Oh, which we're then going to keep our position. So we should probably reset. Yeah, we got to reset that. Okay, I see. But now we can step on this, right? And now we show up in front of it. Yeah, the camera's going to just keep dropping. Pretty cool, though. And this character is coincidentally exactly the right height for that door. Although that would have been easy enough to fix, I think. All right. So... what do we do? Also, can we set the position before we add the child? I'm not actually certain about that. Because it looks like it was just adding it wherever. Oh, wait. Maybe part of it's because where we have all this stuff set up in the scene. The architect realm is... Where's the stage? There it is. No, it's reasonably set up. All right, well, we've got to have the player fall for like 5 seconds and then create the architect's realm beneath them and have them land into this and lose a bunch of life and then, you know, hobble their way over to here. In fact, we could make it so that all you can do is walk at this point and not run. Oh, there's an ad running right now. Okay, fine. I'll take a break. Sorry about that. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again. Go, Deller, go. I'll join right at the end. There. Now let me make it up to where you are. Wait, what? Why didn't I do anything? No, that was weird. All right, close the game. Close the game. It'll get it eventually. All right, let's go back to this. So I wanted to instantiate this in. I mean, this is already proven to be a little bit annoying how I'm doing this. So you're gonna fall down, and then at some point we create this thing. We add the character to the player node so that they'll show up behind certain things in the world if we want them to. But then what do we lose out of the platformer game? Your jump effects and stuff. Maybe we could reparent the effects node too. Yeah. I feel like the player should just contain its own effects. They're always going to be right next to each other in the world, right? No, wait, we can't do that. They can't contain the... Well, I guess they could, and you just move the character within. That's kind of weird. All right, I don't know how I feel about that. So when we initialize this, we reparent the player, and then I want to set them to... I guess they would have already fallen. So we can set their position to exactly where this is. Player fall position. We just put that there. We should probably instantiate in a player and figure out exactly where they should look like they are. Platforming character. Oh, we don't have a scene for that. Where is this? So we want to position them like right there. So whatever this position is, we're just going to use that. 56 to 55. 56 to 55. Okay, so those things should line up. Now we can delete the character. Player fall position is there. Let's go get that. There's all these tabs. Go to the architect realm. Fall position. And we set the player position equals that. Okay, so when we create this world, oh, and then once you're in the world, we need to stop moving the camera. So like started falling might be true, but there's gonna have to be a stop falling. So I guess this really is falling. And then at some point you have fallen. So you got to figure out where that is. So we're going to play some music for a little bit. You're going to fall for a tiny bit longer, maybe. Hey, yo. You can decide on other layers. What is in front or behind it? We are putting the player on their own layer. Yeah. Okay, so now in interval, we need you to move off camera. And that means we need to control the camera so that this happens at the right time. So this will just be tween callback. If I could type. And delete all this stuff, I guess. Is falling equals false. Now we need to set all the camera stuff back on. Camera position smoothing is enabled again. The zoom is already correct. Oh, wait, no. We're gonna... we need to create this thing. And then have this catch up. I don't know. This might not work correctly. Callable.from. And we got to create the architect's realm, which is currently happening from platformer character. This stuff. And we don't need this anymore. Oh, you should probably just make a create architect realm or something. Private void create architect realm. I want all of this stuff in there. And this would be with the player. Okay, so can we tween a callback by just specifying create architect realm, or do we need to do something more than that? No, you need to do callable.from. Cool. Okay, so the position needs to be the position where the character is. Vector2.down times some amount. You'll already be off screen at this point, so I guess it doesn't really matter. In fact, maybe the position should just be where the camera's extents are. We position it just off screen. I'm liking Rider. I think it's good. Yeah. There are a couple of little things that are slightly annoying me that I got to work on. Stop these from getting auto added when I type a function name. So we could get the camera position. Can you get like the bounds of the camera? There's some way to do this. I don't remember how. Get camera bound. Tile map. Gonna be some way that you can figure out what a camera is looking at. Camera limit? No, that wouldn't help me. I need to know how big the camera is. I probably need a bunch of stuff actually. Let's not worry about this for right now. Let's just pick the player's position. Okay, so let's turn the sound back on and let's see what this looks like. This is going to be messed up. We'll just see what happens. Yeah. It snapped the camera there. Now the camera's not following correctly. Strange. Strange. Maybe because it's in a different scene now? Player.position? Maybe it should be player.global position? Or whoops, that one doesn't matter. This one. Because they're in two different parent nodes now. Which probably means we have to change that too. I'm not sure. All right, let's skip right to where this happens. I don't need this here anymore. We have create architect realm, right? Yeah, here. And do we have an input function here? No. So we'll just paste this here and do create architect realm. So we don't need to wait for anything. We don't need to worry about the music here. Let's try that. Okay, I mean, that worked pretty well. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to leave this, by the way. I gotta make sure that you can't jump out of it. That would be really bad, because it's a broken tutorial. And like I said, the character's height is pretty much perfect for this. So we just need to change them to a certain animation here, and then fade them out, and they'll go into the door. They'll open up. They'll be in the architect's realm. Yeah, I think the global position should be good there. All right, so that is working. the way we would try this for real now is to just not press the debug button. Hey, Appleseed. So we fall down. We need to make sure that the camera eventually moves like out of where the player is. Yeah, it's just snapping down to this new position, and then it's not smoothing this out anymore. What am I doing wrong? Is camera frozen is set to true? Oh, that's why. There. Game looking sweet. Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy with how it's coming along. Although we've made it's been 3 days to make 2 minutes of gameplay, so yeah, it's gonna be a tough game, that's for sure. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. We just didn't let them get off screen. So if we want them to get off screen, we need to change the speed that the camera moves at. Maybe to like 25. And let's turn on the audio as long as we're doing this. I actually don't like how the spooky music is fading in. I think it should fade in after a much longer time. Where's spooky music? Here it is. Maybe we fade it in just before you get there. Maybe here. I don't know. Let's try it and find out. So yeah, you would have been running through this world, collecting diamonds. You're not exactly off screen at that point. But it's pretty close. So 25 is not quite enough. We need this to be like 29. Finally back with audio. Nice. Yeah, and then we need some kind of like crash sound to play. Crash or land or some kind of impact sound. Impact. What are these? Oh, that's pretty good. That's also pretty good. I think that one's pretty nice. 09 Impact 01. Okay, let's go put that in. Audio, sounds, platformer. 09 Impact 01. So that would play when you hit the bottom. Platformer. Impact. Yeah. This one should not have any. Whoops, that's not right. All sound data. We're going to copy this. This is whatever I just said. Something about impact. There we go. All right. Pitch should not shift. The volume should probably not change. Player, is it technically a player sound? Yeah. And is there anything else I want to customize? No, I think that's it. Echo Y04 was matching the odd mysterious space you landed. One of the other sounds? Oh, how echoey. This one. Oh, I understand. I understand. Yeah, I see what you mean. We could add reverb to this. Although, that might be a little bit difficult to do. But that is maybe some eventual polish. Some sound design stuff. Add reverb to the impact sound in the platformer since you're in a cave. All right, anyway, we have the impact sound here. You hit the ground just before we end up doing this. So we should probably do tween.tween interval. I don't want to do this. There should be like a quarter of a second. And then we do tween callback. Audio system play sound ID dot impact. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, there's a way to adjust the volume, and I think we eventually got it. It's just, yeah, it wasn't super straightforward. Now let's take a look at the speed and everything too. Okay, almost. Unfortunately, you're not off screen when that happens. You can still see your hair. So this needs to be a little higher, maybe 34. Yeah, the idea is that the camera can't keep up with how fast you're falling. Yeah, and then instead of you being standing, you'd be on the ground. I think we still need to modify the timing a little bit, but that's better. And maybe we even make it go just a touch faster. Okay, what is next? Yeah, effects node needs to move. Cave graphics. Make the camera speed up to the point where it's not on the player. They hit the ground, take hearts. Oh yeah, we need to add in hearts. Add hearts and the diamond counter. And when hitting the ground, change your number of hearts. Use the prone graphic. Require you to move the stick to get up. Play a sound, we've done that. We don't do the fade to black for now. Yeah. Does it need to stop when you land? Oh, it doesn't? Yes, it needs to stop. My bad. Thank you, Toulouse. Where is that? Here. Yeah, so we just do wind stop. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't even listening for that. Seeing you flat on the ground? Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, we're going to do that. And yeah, hi. Okay, so let's do this one next. So prone graphic, we have hurt, sprite sheet, hard hit. So there are still two choices we have here. Let's just close everything. So choice number one is this graphic where you are flat on the ground. You are like practically dead. And the other one is that you land on your feet. So what do people think would be better? The flat on the ground one or the landing like this? Because both would indicate that you are like, you're hurt. I kind of like this one better because you're not like practically dead. You're just struggling. And because then we can just immediately play the getting up animation. We don't need to wait for you. Yeah, I think I'm going to use this one. So this is normal hit. Let's go plug that in. Yeah, it's like a superhero landing. Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. Hurt. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need hard hit. We just need normal hit. You see yourself landing, creating a crater in the ground with huge smoke. Yeah, we could maybe eventually do that. I think for now, it happening off camera is what we'll start with at least. This is what my limited artistic brain power can come up with. All right, so now we go back to animation player. We go over to here. And why is this not doing what I expect? Oh, there it is. And we stop this, go to animation player, add a new animation. This will be like, this would be like, large fall landing. Yeah, now the sprite will quick load in normal hit This is what, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 by 6. We already have that. Nice. Animation player. We go over to here and we plug all the stuff in, right? So offset, done. H frames, V frames, texture, and the frames itself. Okay, so how many of these do we actually need? You would probably start in this frame. Yeah. So we start at what, 0, 4, 8, 12. You start at 12 and you work your way through 10 frames. 12, 10. Okay. Start at 12 and 10 frames. So we do 0.2. And then this will be 2. This will be 12. We just click the button a bunch of times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Yeah. All right, now we add an animation tree thing in here. So this, we're just going to set you into this state. And you're going to go from this into idle, I guess. So add large fall landing. And make a connection to here. I don't know if this is going to look good. Add end auto. Yeah, perfect. All right, so we just need to set you into large fall landing now. I don't know how to do that. Player dot. Wait, the animation tree. Yeah, it's in the player. And they don't have a way of getting their own animation tree. Oh, they do. Why? Literally no reason. Okay, well, that's fine. So public void set animation to large fall. I don't know. That's the worst method name I've probably ever come up with. All right, so we want to set that you're in a particular state. I don't know how you do this. Root node is an animation node state machine. That's not what I wanted. Is this not a thing? It is a thing. What are the methods we have here? Set state machine type, set reset end, replace node. That might work. There's no replace node. What am I doing? Root node is, oh, it's a node path. Oh, whoops. Tree root is what I want. There we go. Replace state is still not there. What am I messing up? Replace node. That's still not a function that we have though. So hold on. Tree root is an animation root node. What inherits from this? Animation node state machine. Yeah, I have that. Oh, I have 2 parentheses? Whoops. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is do what I wanted to do. Replaces a given animation node with a new animation node. I think it should work. String name and animation node. I want to just change into a state. How do I do that? Add transition, get transition. Set type. Maybe get node. Maybe that'll be it. Returns animation node with a given name. Yeah. Well. Okay, so why do we even need a string then? Oh, I understand what this is doing. This is replacing a state in the tree. I want to navigate to that. I want to like force a transition. How do we do that? Set node position. Man. Yeah, I don't know how we do this part. Animation tree. The root of this animation tree is where? Here. Animation node state machine. Yeah, so how do you force a transition? We could We could just add an arrow from fall loop. We know you're in fall loop. And that would put you into large fall landing. But nothing would stop you from double jumping right before, and then you wouldn't be in the landing. So Godot, what do we call this? This. Force transition. It's not really that. Like, manually set state. I don't know if you can do this. Have you played the new extensions? Yeah, I did a little bit at least. Yeah, I don't see a way to do this. All these are for just building. It must be the animation tree itself that lets us choose a state and not the state machine. So maybe animation tree. Yeah, let's look at what this can do. No, this cannot do it. I mean, all that we're really doing here is trying to set an animation. We could just access the animation player directly. Or I guess add a state. I guess I have a couple different ways of doing this. So problem, I want to go from any state that the player is in to a particular one. So option 1 is just draw transitions from all states and have a Boolean like force transition. Option 2 is like replace the root node of the tree with another and then replace it back at the end. Option 3, I guess, would be like pause the tree entirely and just play the animation player. Travel. I think travel requires there to be a path between them. But parameters playback could be it. Let me take a look. Playback. Animation node state machine playback? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. All right, let's go take a look at that. Animation node state machine playback. So that is animation tree dot playback. Where do you get this? It's a parameter? Parameter slash playback. Dot. There's start, stop, travel. Can I travel to something that's not connected? Transitions from current state to another one following the shortest path. If it does not connect, it will play after the state teleports. Oh, cool. Animation is played from the beginning when the travel causes a teleportation. Yeah. So we just need a name of the new node. It is large fall landing. Large fall landing. Okay, let's try that. Nothing. Well, yeah, let's try that. What's the red over here? Player dot. Oh yeah, player large fall. Okay, here goes. Yeah, and if this works, Toulouse gets a point. Oh yeah, there we go. They just kind of teleported a little bit toward the end, but that was pretty nice. We gotta stop you from moving in that state. Yeah. Wow, cool. Yeah, very cool. So what's going to stop you from moving if you're in that state? Yeah, rank up. Nice. We need to know you're in the state. Oh, we do know you're in the state because of this. We need to know that you're out of the state then. I guess we can listen to the animation player. Do we have the animation player here? I mean, nothing stops us from getting it. Also, we could probably just get it from here. Anim player. It's a node path, though. Animation finished. Oh, look at that. Notifies when an animation finished playing. It's not emitted if an animation is looping. Okay, well, that's what we want. Yeah. Now that's some competition. That's quite funny. Okay, so we technically only want this here. And this should be like character cannot be moved or something. I'm just going to make another Boolean here. Character is getting up. So in physics process, I guess we shouldn't allow you to do any of this stuff. We could just stop physics process altogether. But we really should just stop the input. I wonder if there's an easier way to do this. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop all of this stuff. Like, I guess I still want gravity and everything to apply. Still want you changing states. And before I forget, let's write this down. Need the character to go from kneeling out of pain to idling without a position movement. I mean, we could just use this for this one specific thing and just stop physics process. Yeah, I could just put a return here for now. And then in here, when the animation finishes, we set this to false, and we set it to true here. Problem with this is that nothing is going to remove this expression here. Not assignable to this. Why? Because we have an animation name in here. Yeah, I mean, we could just not remove it. We could just do like a if animation name is equal to large fall landing. Why does it say a curly brace is expected? Oh, on the function, yeah. I must have accidentally deleted that. All right, let's put a breakpoint here and just see what happens. I want to change the timing on this too. Yeah, so I can't move. And then I can. Wow, nice. Cool. This is great. This is the vision I had. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I want to see if the music loops correctly. Yeah, I think so. Nice. What is this? Animation finish is already connected. Oh, this never broke in, right? Wait, what? Oh, I must not have pressed this. Oh, God. It shouldn't happen multiple times, though. Yeah, it didn't happen at all. Oh, no, it happened there. Okay, so that's the first time. And animation name should be Large Fall Landing. Yes, it is. And this should go into the next statement then. Good, otherwise that wouldn't have made sense. But then it gets hit another time? It does, but it's not that this ever gets hit another time, right? Shouldn't. Oh, because I can press... Oh, right. I made a debug button on my controller to do that. Forgot about that. And then that would add it a second time. Okay, but that shouldn't be a problem in the actual game. Ooh, okay. So let's go watch the video so I don't need to do that another time and just see... Did I get hit another time? Oh, no, what does the landing look like? How's the timing on this? That is pretty good, I gotta say. I think we can even make it drag out just a little bit longer. Like right now, that animation player, Large Fall Landing, is playing out over the course of 2 seconds. If it was like 2.5, it would also be pretty good. So let's try that. 2.5. And then zoom in. And then select all of these. Nope, those. And then there's some time scale thing here, right? So yeah, scale selection. So 2 to 2.5 is a 1.25 scale. Yeah. Let's try that. Value hints to the right when debugging. Yeah, there's a lot of debugging stuff that's pretty nice. I think I've seen that. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. In fact, why is the character even starting here right now? Is it because I just moved them there for a second? So we're going to start at the beginning of the game. Right there. Play. All right, so this is what the game would actually be like. Let's full screen this. Hey, Mevins. So you're jumping through. Press A in the air to double jump. Press R to dash. Try to collect the diamonds in one go. Oh no. Yeah, so they like pop back up into the wrong position. But this is so cool. I absolutely love this as the intro to the game. What is this? I didn't just play it from there, did I? I played it from Rider. If I played it from Rider, then everything worked fine. Have you gotten this far already? Yeah, but there's a lot of polish that's missing. Okay, so what did I just say? Oh, yeah. The popping up from one animation to another. We got to fix that. So I don't know how we fix that easily. Stop this and go over to Large Fall Landing. Okay, yeah. So the idle animation fits in this box, but this does not, right? So we go from here back into idle, and that's what causes us to jump. So we need to align these things. But do they even align in terms of animation frames? Like this goes into idle? Because if so, we just need to look at where her right foot is. And it's way over there. All right, so how about this? Let's just put it all the way at the bottom left of the screen. And that way we can just line that up, right? So now Large Fall Landing. We just need to change your offset. Yeah, so we just put this over there. It might look a little weird. It'd be like -2? No, -3? You're not on the ground if that's happening, right? idle. Hang on a second. Oh, there can be a half pixel difference. If I line this up perfectly with the bottom, actually not perfectly. Let's say we just zoom in really far. Okay, I'll leave the tiniest little gray bar at the bottom there. Now if I go to large fall landing, yeah, it's bigger now. So this should probably be -2. Yes, that's pretty good. Thanks to Chain. How'd you make the character? I did not make this character. This is from an asset pack on itch. I did play from Godot. Uh-oh. Okay, thanks, Faulty. And hey, Shooter Wings. All right. Well, let's try again. Now we shouldn't see that. I guess we're still gonna have the same thing, right? They get back up. Yeah, maybe it'll look fine. Oh, I gotta run through the whole world again. All right, well, we definitely launched from Godot this time. So I'll just get back there. Progress is looking good, Matt. Looking really good. Sick music. I got this from an asset pack as well, but I want to eventually make my own. That's pretty good. Yeah. That's pretty good. What's my profession? I'm a developer, I would say. Okay, but the problem is you're facing left. It does not respect which direction your character's facing, I think. The sound is way too weak. I think that impact sound needs to be louder. But this is not necessarily final sounds for everything. But yeah, we can go make that play sound. Where's the impact? Here it is, impact. I think we can specify a volume in here. Yeah, volume percent. Volume percent. Oh, no, what am I doing? I don't need to change this here. I can change it in all sound data. Yeah, we can change the volume to be 1.2. How can you grab? You can't grab all the diamonds. It's impossible. And that's kind of the point. So this game is called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. This is your first broken tutorial. So the game explicitly puts you here and makes it seem like you can get them all so that you try. But it is not possible to make it to the other side. And then you fall through the world and you fall for a very long time. Some speedrunner's going to figure that out. No, I'm not going to do that. Although actually, I guess you could make it here, but then there's no rest of the level. In fact, is that a problem? Do I need to put... Do I need to make it seem like there's more of the level? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you can... Well, no, it's kind of fine. Just fill in the blanks yourself. And the wind sound really helps there. Okay, that jump getting up needs to be fixed a little bit. Like, I like how long that animation takes, but toward the end, when you start getting up, it needs to be a little bit faster. So we got to change this somehow. It's too bad the textures are disappearing. I don't know what causes that to happen. Maybe if I stop this? No, they just keep messing up. Maybe I need to like go back to 0 here and hit play. No, still doesn't work. All right, well, we'll just try to work with it. Yeah, this lets me see them. So once they get up, we want this to be faster. So let's put this. Maybe, what's the difference between these? 1.75 and 2.0. So it's 0.25 would normally be 0.1. So maybe this first one is just 1 point or 0.15, 1.75. So 1.9. And then this next one can be at 2. And then the animation can end at 2.1. And that'll maybe make it feel like you're easing into your idle animation. Okay, all right, so let's listen to the impact sound and the getting out of the idle or getting out of the landing thing. So those are the two things we're trying to watch for here. Let's full screen this again. Yeah, that looked a lot better. And the sound could be maybe even a little bit louder. 1.5. Okay, now why is this happening? Animation finish is already connected. This shouldn't be a problem. This function should only get called once. I might accidentally be pressing the button that makes this happen. Yeah, because it's only called from there, which is from the platformer game setting up the architect realm, which is also called from here when I press this button. Oh, is it when I go into the menu? I don't know about that. Let's just turn this off. Forgot the nearest. Yes, I did. Thank you. That's pretty good catch. Wait, those are set over in the architect realm. Yeah, that looks a lot better. All right, so I'm gonna hit play over here. I'm starting it from Godot. If this causes some kind of issue, we have a big problem. You could technically jump here if you hadn't wasted it trying to get diamonds. God, it's so great. It's so great. Hey, Pressel. Welcome back. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's happening. What about on this screen? Oh, yeah, it's fine. Wow, awesome. Awesome. So this is done. This is done. Whew. So I want to flesh out the architect's world just a bit. Yeah, you should start on the left side of it. But there should still be some amount of level so that we can world build the spookiness. Yeah, I just put it's like a bucket catching the water. So wherever you drop the water, I just move the bucket to where that is. All right, we should definitely check in though before we continue. Also, what time is it? 12:05. Yeah, I probably should just check in then. Okay, let's go take a look. But man, this is feeling great. So we use the wind, we use pumpkin, impact, architect realm. We didn't use almost any of those. We used main lev, normal hit. We didn't use props yet, and we used all those things. So I want to look at all of these diffs. Hey, noob. Oh, nice. I mean, that's not much. That sounds like much. Player node, player fall position. We use both those things. Looks good. Yep. What next? Bus mute is set to false so that we set it to true in the game. How do I feel about this? I mean, I don't want to get annoyed by the music constantly. We will just eventually have a settings screen. In fact, maybe what I could do is I could just make a button on the controller that turns on the music. That's probably better. Yeah, so let's turn mute off for sure. And I'll write that down. Add a mute button on the controller until we have settings. It can even be done from the settings menu, like toggle all audio. Yeah. All right, so this being false is fine. Let's keep going here. So set bus mute. Yeah, we don't need this. How do we get rid of that? There we go. All right. Characters getting up. Set to large fall. Yeah, eventually your platformer character is going to get freed. Yeah. Okay, this is fine. This is looking good. Right over here. Is falling, spooky music, started falling region. Yeah, this all looked fine. We played through the whole level. It all seemed good. There's quite a lot going on in this function, but it's mostly just tweening stuff. Almost makes me wonder if we should have an animation player for that. But it's done for now. Yeah, that's all I can find. What is this doing? Oh, I scrolled down manually. Okay, yeah. Audio streams. A new texture for what? Oh, the Hertz sprite. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna look this over. Let's go to the next file. Platformer impact sounds good. Wind, I don't care about. That's fine. Pumpkin, don't care about. Don't care about. That's fine. This stuff's probably fine, but this is very hard to look at through here. Yeah, this is fine for now. The effects are coincidentally showing up in the right spot, but it's technically broken. And then what's that doing there? Oh, this is not a, I don't like that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the rest of these are good. Okay, so what do we do? What is all this? Flesh out the fall. So you now fall into the architect's realm, which is still pretty blank. The music and sound effects are decent though. Okay, let's commit and push that. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so pretty much finished the platform except for polish. You can now fall into the architect's realm. Yeah. So yeah, my goal for today was get the platforming world done so we can make the architect's realm. I think we're pretty much there. Oh, whoops, I kept the player in their like made up easy position up there. But if we just temporarily move them back down and then play this. There's some diamonds over here too, I think, right? Yeah. So the world is not done. There's no background. That's all going to happen eventually. We'll add the diamond counter probably this afternoon, maybe. So like I said, you can still jump here. It's kind of a problem. Yeah, we should probably stop you from doing that. Then you make it into here, and you'll platform for a bit longer. This is such a... I'm so happy with how this has turned out. So cool. So cool. All right, so check-in is finished. Let's say stop you from jumping or air dashing while falling through the world. I just don't want to mess up the animation times. Ping me in team chat when the world is ready for the new update. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, my goal, and I had almost typed out a message to you earlier, and I decided like, no, I'll wait so I can actually say something. My goal was to get to the point where you have all the tools to like flesh this stuff out, but I'm not positive about sprite sheets. So I don't want you to have to like recreate the world many different times. So yeah, we'll see. Why is jumping and dashing an issue? Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, noob. Okay, it is lunchtime. I am going to go get lunch. It'll be 45 minutes or 60 minutes or something. And when I get back, we'll be back for another few hours. We're going to just try to finish some of this stuff up. Then tomorrow's a half day. If everything goes well today, we might be able to start the farming game tomorrow. In which case, we're making pretty fast progress on this stuff. So yeah, I will see you all in a bit. Enjoy the little break. Take care. Bye, everybody.